Recording in progress.
Okay. All right, we are going to call this evening's Joint Planning Commission and Climate Action Committee meeting to order. We have a lively room today, I think mostly of either commission members, committee members, and folks that are presenting, but either way, I'll take a lively room. I'm going to get things started by welcoming our Climate Action Committee members. It's great to be going through this together with you. I'd like to ask if our clerk would take roll.
Commissioner Bauer.
Here.
Commissioner Moses.
Here.
Commissioner McKeerling. Commissioner McKeerling.
Here.
Commissioner Rackison.
Here.
Commissioner Wisman.
Here.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Here.
Chair Hooper.
Here.
We have a Planning Commission quorum. Now moving on to the Climate Action Commission. Commissioner Atchley.
Here.
Commissioner Baker. Absent. Commissioner Edminster.
Here.
Commissioner Shribs. Absent. Commissioner Elkamp. Commissioner Gardy.
Here.
Chair Peters.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We're going to move straight into public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the Planning Commission's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the Planning Commission. Time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 15 minutes. Do we have any speakers that have come here planning to make a general public comment tonight? Just want to check. I figured probably not. And I just wanted to ask the clerk if we received any public comments prior to the meeting.
We received no general public comments prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much. With that, we will close out and we will go straight to approval of the minutes since we don't have any presentations today. There are no minutes to approve, so we'll move straight past that and move into our public hearing and matters of consideration. And for tonight, we will be dealing with a thorough study session with regards to our sea level rise mapping. And with that in mind, I would like to invite staff to come up and start the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Hooper, Chair Peters, Commissioners. I'm going to kick this presentation off, and then quickly going to hand it over to my colleagues to kind of do a deeper dive into the topic. This is quite a technical discussion. So we are looking forward to a discussion and fielding your questions and talking about the process that we went through in doing the flood and sea level rise mapping and modeling as part of our general plan update. So next slide, please. So a little bit of background, just the context. We recently completed a new flood modeling with SLR, and this was done as a foundational material for the general plan. The importance of understanding our flood risk, the importance of understanding the added impact of our changing climate, including sea level rise, was, as you all know, and as we discussed in the community, was a really essential part of when we start looking at the vision for Petaluma. So particularly key in land use and resiliency planning as part of our general plan. So this was an effort to create that foundational basis. It took a bit longer than we had originally thought it would, but the results are something that our team, our city team, our consultant team feels really proud of as giving us that foundation to move forward with the general plan discussion. So the presentation that that you all will be hearing tonight is a presentation that we have done with the General Plan Advisory Committee. We have done it with members of the community in a community meeting, and most recently, we made a similar presentation to the City Council. So tonight, given the expertise and the purview of these two boards, we're before you to also share the background, the methodology, and so that you understand the study that was done and the results that we are working with. Next slide, please. So this is an effort to really set that foundation with our general plan update. So before going into the methodology and the modeling and mapping, I thought it was helpful to give a little update on general plan. So this is our roadmap, which you've probably all seen in different iterations. That blue star is where we are now. We are working with both policy development and land use alternatives currently. You'll see the housing element, which was adopted and certified, release of the blueprint, which you see there. And then a new thing on this map between the 5 and 6 is a zoning code update. And that's really, we are starting to kind of move into gear to figure out how to initiate the zoning code update while we're doing the general plan so that that can be updated as part of or quickly after, so that we do not end up with an implementing zoning ordinance that never gets updated with the adoption of the general plan. So that's something that we're starting to talk about how to kick that off and have that be working concurrently with the latter half of the general plan process. And then, of course, we are looking for adoption of the general plan and the associated environmental impact report in late 2025. Next slide, please. So there's a lot happening with the general plan, and so I wanted to just go through a couple slides to graphically represent kind of where we are and how we're moving. So we are currently finalizing some policy frameworks that will be coming out for public review in the next month or so, and starting at their own community engagement effort around those, going to the CCBs. We are also starting to talk about land use alternatives. We've been talking about areas of change and some of the land use kind of fundamental discussion points with the General Plan Advisory Committee. And then the floodplain and sea level rise mapping, you'll see at the top there, it's kind of feeding into both of those. So this is the process that we're working on. And we will have a number of places where both of these commissions provide input, as well as a series of other community engagement efforts as we move through that process. Next slide. and then adding to the top of that the environmental review process. So the environmental review process is generally about a year process. And that really kicks off in earnest once the city has a final preferred land use alternative, because we need to have that kind of fundamental, stable project description in terms of our land use that we will study with that programmatic EIR. So showing that when we get to the final preferred alternative, that's when that CEQA process will begin, and it will run concurrently with the public draft and consideration of the public draft, and leading to that final adoption. Next slide. And then adding the blueprint. So you'll see the two squares at the bottom really are the blueprint, which has been out for public review, CCB review, since October. So we now have all of those comments from the CCBs, comments from members of the public, and we are also looking to bring that discussion to the City Council next month. And then both of these bodies will see that final updated draft of the blueprint for formal recommendation to the City Council. So something to look forward to, and also just acknowledging that that is out ahead of the general plan for adoption of the blueprint before adoption of the general plan, which I think this group all is aware of based on the discussions we've had at both the commissions. Next slide. So focusing for a minute on the policy frameworks, and I know tonight's discussion about the mapping and the methodology around flood and sea level rise, it's going to kind of beg the desire to jump into policy and what does this mean and what's this going to look like in our policy. And I'm just going to kind of say, that's the next step. So tonight is really about receiving the information, asking questions about the methodology. Why did we use this? Why didn't we use that? And tapping our technical experts. And rest assured that there will be time to talk about policy when the resiliency framework comes out. And both of these commissions will be reviewing that to provide comments on taking that foundational information and how it's translated into the resiliency framework that will be one of the elements of the general plan. So the policy frameworks, I think there's 14 of them, will be coming out, like I said, in about the next month or so. And there'll be a number of ways to get engaged for members of the public and the CCBs. And then those policy frameworks become the elements of the general plan. So just kind of making sure that you know that there will be an opportunity to talk about the policy that the flood modeling that we'll talk about today is informing. Next slide. And this kind of touches on those draft policy frameworks. Again, although this feels very small writing to me, but you'll see on either side, it's those 14 frameworks. So these have really been drafted through a number of inputs. There was stuff in our housing element that is then moved into the frameworks. The existing conditions that you all will remember we did some time ago, community input, the vision and guiding principles that the GPAC worked on, the modeling, the GPAC input. So all these things have been taken as inputs into developing those draft policy frameworks. And ultimately they will then feed into the general plan, the draft general plan, and the final general plan. So that's what we have to look forward to coming to a meeting near you in the near future. Next slide. So I feel like I keep repeating myself on this one. Frameworks are coming. General Plan Advisory Committee is going to be breaking into their working groups again, which they did earlier in the visioning phase. They will be looking at the different frameworks. We will also be giving CCBs an opportunity to review and specifically ones that really relate to their purview. And we are also looking right now, we are working towards a community workshop in May, where there'll be a chance to get a lot of information in an open house format with both staff and some of the sub-consultants, technical experts that informed them. Also, something that will be coming soon is the review of land use alternatives. So we will start having some of those conversations with Planning Commission and public meetings. Next slide. So that's kind of a quick overview, a lot to come. We're in a really exciting point in the general plan because things are starting to come together, starting to have those discussions. So unless there are any questions specific to that timeline, I'm ready to hand it over to Gina to kick off kind of the main attraction of tonight's meeting.
Thank
I
you,
think
Heather.
we're good to go. Oh, absolutely.
Thanks. Heather, slide 7, I was curious when I reviewed the material earlier. The blueprint's shown parallel, but there are no connecting arrows. So I'd love clarification on how the blueprint informs the other pieces here or vice versa.
Yeah, thank you. There will be some things, you will see some of the things that are in the blueprint also in some of the policy frameworks in terms of the policies or programs. You'll also see we're making sure that the land use alternatives and the blueprint are tracking well together where those come together. So it will inform those as well.
Philosophically, I'd love to see arrows showing
Okay,
that.
you got it. Thank you.
Was there a technical issue that needed to be addressed? You're all set? Okay. If there are no other questions, I think we can move on to the next step of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Happy to be here. Many of you know me. If you probably haven't met me, I'm Gina Benedetti-Petnick. I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works and Utilities. And I'll be introducing two of our finest consultants this evening who've done the lion's share of the technical work on this project to date and will be helping present and answer some questions toward the end. We also have staff member Pamela Tuft here who will be available during Q&A, who works with me in flood administration. And with that, I want to just frame a little bit of what you're going to be looking at this evening. So it's going to get a bit technical. It's fascinating work. The modeling has been a very rigorous process and a very thorough one, and we're going to do our best to bring it to you at a level of detail that is not overwhelming, but detailed enough, I think, that's going to be compelling and probably raise a lot of questions. So we're looking forward to that. But it is a bit technical. We're going to be talking about flood hazards, and we talk about flood coming down our watershed from rainfall, and that is the data that we receive from that is gives us our flood models. And we also will be talking about floods that come up from the bay, and we have storm surge, we have daily tides, we have king tides, big tides that occur a few times a year, and we now have climate change impacts from sea level rise that also come up the bay. So the flood risk planning that we're starting to perform here is going to impact our land use decisions and policy making. And again, as Heather pointed out, that's the big nut to crack after we've developed all of these models and these data points to use as a tool in really sorting through how we want to use these for our policies in land use. So for today, we just want to understand the hazard areas that we have been defining, and want you to think about this, ask questions, and start helping us understand what you and what the community need to know and want to learn about this. So I'm going to move right over into floodplain management. That's part of my world in public works. I'm tasked to manage our floodplain, and I assist with the planning. We coordinate in public works with our planning department to embark on major, in this case, major planning efforts around the floodplain. And part of what we do, all of it, of course, in the center of that slide you see is keeping Petaluma safe. So, our bottom line is safety and understanding the hazards, being able to model them and look at them and map them and understand how to use them to protect the community as best we can, whether the flood is from the rain or whether the flood is from the bay, or both at the same time, which of course is what we're going to be dealt. So we coordinate with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Association, and part of that coordination is the involvement and participation in a program called CRS. Sorry about all the acronyms, but they exist, and I'll try and explain them as I go. CRS stands for Community Rating System, and it is a program from the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered through FEMA. And that is the program that allows us to participate and gain credits with FEMA to enable lower insurance premiums for our residents who reside in the floodplain. So by demonstrating that we are doing above and beyond in terms of the floodplain management that we do in Petaluma, whether it's community information, whether it's protection of structures, whether it's flood protection projects, whatever it might be, by demonstrating that very carefully and very methodically, we can gain credits and offer a discount. And currently, with our CRS rating, we are able to offer a 20% discount in flood insurance premiums to our residents in the floodplain. And what else do I have on here? Of course, we're preparing for the future. At the bottom, we're updating our flood models and maps. The last time our flood maps were updated was in a major way. They're constantly updated for minor changes, but the last major work was done well over a decade ago. And we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. And the other thing that I haven't mentioned, we talk about bay water coming up the river. We talk about rain coming down, but the rain is coming down from the watershed via all these creeks. We have a lot of creeks in Petaluma, and they are all the flow in those creeks is contributing not just to the water in the river, but the creeks themselves have limits, and we hit those limits, and we flood around our creeks too. And so our floodplain management has to do with the smaller creeks from the watershed all around the city of Petaluma. And I need to find the next slide. There we go. Okay, thanks. So our flood mapping update process, I mentioned that we had a very rigorous process. We sought guidance from the national and state experts in the field. So we use guidance from FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Association, from NOAA, the Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, and from California OPC, and Office of Planning.
Ocean Protection Council.
Oh, sorry, Ocean Protection Council. Thank you.
No, it's OPR, which also gives guidance.
Yeah, right. Dave Smith, who I'll be introducing shortly, will be going into some of the flood mapping modeling that was done and talking about the complexities of that mapping, the data that we use, new data, more robust data than we've ever had before to work with, and also a more robust modeling software that we used for this process. We also have, in this latest process, a lot of new rainfall data. So this is historic data, and it is what is used for our flood models. And the rain data that we have used is more current. There is more of it. We used rainfall data from surrounding areas in the watershed as well as in town that we had never had access to before. And it is a more complete rainfall data set. So at any given point where we're collecting rainfall data, if it's a short duration, maybe if it's a relatively new gauge, maybe there's only 5 years of data, and that's not enough. We need good, the larger the data set, the longer, the more historical, the better view we get of the behavior of the watershed. So we have quite a bit more data that we've used in this process. And then for the first time, we have now incorporated predictive sea level rise data in the process. So one of the things we heard from the community, I heard from the community loud and clear, and I know, Heather, you heard this many times from, especially from our planning commissions, is that, what good are these flood maps if we're not looking at sea level rise? Why are you just telling us historically what kind of 100-year storm we're going to see when we know things are changing? We know the climate patterns are changing. We know that the sea level is rising. Why aren't we looking at it comprehensively? And that is what what we have done now with this modeling process that we're going to be explaining to you. So to our consultants, I'm first going to introduce Dave Smith. He's joining us from San Diego, so he is remote on our Zoom webinar, and he represents West Consultants. He's a senior VP at West Consultants, and West has been providing public-private clients with consulting services nationally and internationally. They have 60 professionals, and many of them with advanced degrees in water resources. They are teachers to the industry, and particularly with the HEC-RAS modeling software that is being used. And Dave himself he manages the San Diego office, but he's been performing and managing the hydrologic and hydraulic modeling here in Petaluma for many years, probably a couple decades or more now, and working closely with our staff as our flood model mapper and guru, and has worked very closely with me in my tenure here as floodplain administrator. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Sebastian sitting next to me. Sebastian Birch is here with Sherwood Design Engineers. And Sebastian, again, Sherwood is an international firm. They actually have an office here in Petaluma. And Sebastian is a fellow Petaluma resident, and they perform hydrology modeling and stormwater management, watershed, infrastructure planning, and have recently done many and significant sea level rise projects in multiple Bay Area jurisdictions. And Sebastian has been our look ahead guru. Sebastian and Sherwood engineers have been the ones helping us work on the predictive sea level rise part of the model, and have brought great expertise and knowledge to that. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Birch.
Howdy, good evening. Really excited to be here. Our office is down at Foundry Wharf for our North Bay service. Our sea level rise practice is split between mostly San Francisco and New York offices, but I kind of pretty lucky. I get to head up the effort here, and I look out. My window is about 50 feet from the slough down near Van Bever, so it's kind of fun to be involved locally compared to some of our projects out on the East Coast that I don't get to visit the water as much. So Petaluma, where does this water come from? We're a pretty interesting spot in our river, the city here. First off, we're not a river. We're a tidal slough, and that really has ramifications for how water behaves. What that means is that water is moving through Petaluma in both directions, right? Rain moving down, and sometimes ocean moving up. So we're kind of used to seeing that in rainfall patterns, and historically we've kind of thought about flooding in Petaluma mostly as a rainfall-induced phenomena. But as we move into climate change, we start seeing this what was more of a side concern, these king tides that can cause some issues for us. That's definitely true. We start seeing an evolution of this secondary threat, this water coming up from the bay. So there's a lot of factors. Don't worry about reading the text here. The point is just that there's a lot of factors that affect the height of Petaluma, the river, or creeks. These lower portions of the river were affected both by rainfall and storm surge and tides. Luckily, one of the things on this image here, wave swell, we're not affected by currently. This is really lucky. We don't have to deal with that swell and surf, that erosive capability that communities that are actually directly on coast or on bay have to deal with. But there are still a lot of other factors here. So as rain is, So as rain is falling on the city and surrounding areas, it's got to work its way through creeks to the river, out to the bay. Can flood things along the way. We've got those tides that cycle 2 times a day, and our highest tides already cause some flooding right now, those king tides. There are other seasonal factors like El Nino that can raise or lower the river for months at a time. A storm surge off the coast, so atmospheric conditions off the coast, can raise the level of the ocean or in the bay for days or even weeks at a time. And the big one here is that we know sea levels rising. So the way that these events interact can increase the extent of flooding and the severity of flooding. So we need to consider which of these factors are happening at the same time and which of these don't happen at the same time and should be considered separately. So there's a lot of things to consider. Surprisingly, we are going to be going through pretty much all of them. So I'm sorry for all the acronyms and the technical jargon, but we will do our best. So to simplify this down, what are the 3 categories of flood hazard? We're breaking this up and wherever possible, trying to use existing industry standards, although one of the realities is Petaluma is one of the communities on the forefront of trying to figure this out, trying to figure out how sea level rise is going to affect us and how these other climate factors. So there is some guidance, but we're still towards the front of the pack. The 3 main types of flooding are king tides, rainfall events, and storm surge. So king tides are those highest tides of the year, happen a few times a year, even if there's no rain, right? They are guaranteed to happen. And they're already a concern. We have impacts. Rainfall, similarly, okay, it happens every year, more or less. But what we plan around is those really big events. Typically, it's that rain event that only has a 1% chance of happening every year. A lot of people call this the 100-year rain event. There's another, people know that we plan around these 100-year rains. This 100-year storm surge idea is sometimes a new idea to people, but it is actually something we currently deal with and consider. So what is this storm surge? That's an extreme event where atmospheric conditions like an El Nino, Pacific storms, strong winds off the coast, they can drive water up the river, and that water can impact the city. It's based on a totally different set of atmospheric conditions than what can make a 100-year rain event, and it's almost guaranteed that it does not happen on the same day. They're two different atmospheric phenomena. They each have the same likelihood of happening, though. So in each year, there's a 1% chance you'll get a 100-year rainfall, and there's a 1% chance you'll get a 100-year storm surge. A lot of people don't know that they're different things because the flood maps that we are used to looking at actually merge them together into one big blue blob. So when you look at a FIRM map, a FEMA map of Petaluma, you're seeing both. They just color them the same thing. So the Army Corps of Engineers tells us how high that 100-year storm surge is expected to be. Very convenient when we get a number like that. But to predict how high or how intense rainfall flooding might get in the future, we need to consider a lot of variables. We need software, and that software is called a flood model. So what does this flood model do? It's considering four main factors. What it does is it generates an estimate of what areas may flood, giving this interaction of all these different factors. The four key factors are the shape of the land in our watershed, the amount of rainfall and where it falls, and you need to know how much of that runoff, how much of that rain runs off, and how fast that runoff reaches the river. You also need to know the height of the river that this runoff trying to make it to the ocean, how high is that river? How much harder is it for the water to get out to the bay? So we have to select the right size rain event, right? We experience a lot of small rain events every year and larger rain events that are less common. So we have to pick the right type of event. The common standard for flood modeling and what Petaluma has used historically is a rain event that's so large, it has it's historically only had a 1% chance of happening every year, right? This is that 100-year rain event. Now, you can get rain events that are more intense, right? But those have less chance of happening. So we have to balance this. What is the appropriate amount of likelihood? 100-year rain event has been the standard for the city and many, if not most, communities. Dave will be describing how the software flood model was created, which predicts, okay, in that rain event, what parts of the city have the potential to flood right now. So I'd like to hand it over to Dave.
Thanks, Sebastian. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. So this slide says we use the best model. The city had previously adopted the use of a model called XP Storm that Gina mentioned, and that was an excellent model choice 19 years ago and possibly even 5 years ago. But recent advances in HEC RAS now make that the model of choice for Petaluma. HEC stands for Hydrologic Engineering Center. They're located in Davis, California. And RAS stands for River Analysis System. So HEC produces software for the Corps of Engineers, and it's a free software. So we're also using features of HEC HMS, which stands for the Hydrologic Modeling System, coupled together with HEC RAS 2D for hydraulics. So this graphic illustrates some of the basic reasons for moving to the HEC software. HEC RAS 2D does a better job dealing with the flow that gets out of bank into the adjacent areas, which we call overbanks. The HEC software will allow us to model the entire Petaluma watershed instead of limiting ourselves to the city boundary. And while both XP Storm and RAS are used regionally, HEC RAS has a much larger user base and is the gold standard for hydraulic modeling, not only in the United States, but around the world. and it's free to use, unlike XP Storm, which was proprietary software and very expensive with an annual maintenance fee. Finally, the HEC software is fully supported by the Army Corps of Engineers at the Hydrologic Engineering Center in Davis, and there are teams basically dedicated to improving the software and standing behind the product. So this slide is that the model was precise and Petaluma focused. So this graphic illustrates the modeling process. We're using that best model, HEC RAS 2D, coupled with HMS, and we're also using the best available data specific to Petaluma. This includes the selection of rainfall data, the terrain data, which is the ground surface, and structure data, things like bridges and weirs. During the modeling process, we got as granular as possible. We walked the streams to determine the roughness values, which are higher for heavy vegetation like willows and very low for paved areas like streets. And we added hundreds of streams and bridges. I could spend probably the whole hour talking about the level of detail in this model. I like to quote this British statistician, George Box, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And to make sure this model is useful, the model was checked reach by reach for reasonableness and compared with and calibrated to actual events that have happened recently in Petaluma, the 3 largest events of record. And the point we want to make sure to communicate is that this model is state of the art and useful for planning decisions. So some of you might be wondering, okay, what is hydrology versus hydraulics? Hydrology is the process of rainfall to runoff, how much rain soaks into the ground versus flowing towards the streams and rivers. And then hydraulics tells us how high those streams and rivers get. In this slide, we're showing some key components of the flood model. I'm going to start in the lower right corner with rainfall. Wes performed a custom rainfall study using data through 2023 to determine how much rain is reasonable, the 100-year storm depth, where that rain falls in the watershed, we call that spatial distribution, and how quickly it falls over the course of a 24-hour period. We call that temporal distribution. So those 3 pieces together are then entered into the model. And moving to the bottom left, we have hydrology and hydraulics. So the model components include the ground surface terrain, field surveys, land uses, vegetation levels in creeks, these sorts of things. Then moving diagonally to the top right, mean higher high tide. This is the starting point or boundary condition for the model at the downstream end and represents the average of the daily highest tide and is computed by NOAA at the upper drawbridge tide station. So in the remainder of this presentation, we'll refer to this tide level as just high tide, but keep in mind that it is really the average of the highest daily tides. And this value is equal to 6.35 feet in the 1988 vertical datum. This is an important data value in the model because the higher tide levels we have, the more flooding there is upstream when we add rainfall. And speaking of the high tide levels, another important component is consideration of sea level rise. So sea level rise was determined based on the current science, and much more on that later in the presentation from Sebastian. So this slide provides an illustration of the entire Petaluma watershed and the 154 subbasins that were utilized. And this just speaks to the granularity of the modeling. The subbasins are color-coded by stream, with Adobe Creek on the far right, and then Washington Creek, East Washington Creek, Capri, Corona, and then the upper watershed with Kelly and Thompson Creeks on the south end. The city boundary is included in this graphic, and you can see how large of an area beyond the city boundary is part of the watershed. So the city boundary is that red line kind of in the middle. The upper watershed produces nearly half of the flow in the Petaluma River. And in a hydrologic model, a unique amount of rain is entered into each one of these 154 subbasins, and the model computes how much water sinks into the ground and how much is runoff in each one of those. And then the hydraulic model takes those flows from there. So the next slide is hydraulics. So the hydraulic model takes that runoff and computes how high the streams and rivers rise, also considering the tide level. So the hydraulic model includes the very detailed data describing the ground elevation, the structures such as culverts and bridges, and the roughness characteristics of the entire watershed. The graphic in the center is an actual clip from the model showing the terrain data in the background, with the green areas low ground and the brown areas are high ground, and some water in the river in blue. And the graphic in the lower right is illustrating, sorry, that's the lower left, is illustrating one of the bridges included in the model. This is a cross-section view and just illustrates the bridge deck configuration and pier dimensions for that specific bridge, just so you get a feel for what's actually in the model. And to describe how the model was configured to account for future changes, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Sebastian.
Thanks, Dave. So, historically, most cities, Petaluma included, have planned around the current risk from floods. Petaluma wants the general plan to guide the city to be resilient, not just to floods now, but floods in the future. And there's a lot of factors that might change in the future that affect these flood hazards. Some of those concerns: rainfall, storm surge getting more intense. Some of these factors, they're not sufficiently understood yet, or they don't have enough regional precedents or state policy guidance to currently utilize reliably, whereas other factors are well documented enough that you can make reasonable, you can reasonably interpret them and put them into the model. So, for example, or one factor would be what if over the next decades we see an increase in how much of the land within the city is covered in pavement and buildings, right? More impervious cover. So the model lets us experiment with things like that. We ran some estimates into the model, and it proved that during the 100-year flood, changing that amount of impervious cover in the city didn't actually have a significant impact on the floods, which was surprising at first. Because we know impervious cover has a lot of serious impacts. But what the model is saying is that it proved to not be very impactful during the 100-year flood, and happy to explore that more during question and answer. It was, impervious cover is very important for certain things, critical for runoff quality, but the model is saying that the rainfall that floods our city doesn't actually come from the rain that lands in the city. It comes from the rain that lands outside the city. And so those effects of impervious cover in the city didn't have as much impact. There's a thing that the model can teach us. So one of the big things we do have, one of the critical factors that was kind of isolated early during the sea level rise white paper, came out early in the general plan process, was we didn't have an understanding of how sea level rise impacts floods during rain. We had maps of sea level rise, they were okay. We had really good maps of rain, but we didn't have any that looked at the two of them together. What does a rain event look like in 50 years or 80 years when sea level rise is higher? And that really was the impetus for developing this model that considers sea level rise. So the main source of guidance for how do we consider SLR is a document from California. It's from the Ocean Protection Council, which is really a mix of a lot of state agencies and research institutions. It provides a really well-researched and nuanced process to guide sea level rise planning, and a lot of cities and agencies were already using it, including a lot within the Bay Area, including BCDC and others. So sea level rise predictions were known from previous efforts to have a significant effect on the city. And what this document does is give us some guidance as to, okay, what sea level rise scenario is appropriate for what you're trying to plan for. What we're looking at is California Ocean Protection Council 2018. We call it OPC 2018. So it publishes not just how much sea level rise may happen in different years, but how likely those amounts are to happen, the probabilities of those. This lets us select a high level of sea level for projects that are really vulnerable to flooding, and maybe lets you pick a lower level of sea level rise for a project that's not very vulnerable to flooding. The guidance also lets us select sea level rise predictions for middle of the century and end of the century. That, yes, the general plan covers maybe a 20-year swath, but the things that will be built under this general plan will surely last decades, if not into the next century. We're going to start with our graphs. I apologize. I really like graphs. So a key assumption, let's talk about some assumptions that were made. One of the things we have to deal with, there are a lot of different sea level rise predictions. It goes from very low to very high. Which one is appropriate for us? So one of the key assumptions, partly informed by community input and some of the values that came out of the CAC, are that we need to take these climate threats seriously. So every sea level rise prediction you're seeing tonight assume that global greenhouse gas emissions do not significantly drop in the future. In fact, they continue to rise for decades to come. This is the RCP 8.5 for any of you geeks who go into the IPCC reports. We are assuming this worst case scenario of continued emissions. And that's also in alignment with state guidance, which says that is the current trajectory that we're on. And so that's what we're following. So, of course, Petaluma making a lot of effort to decrease emissions, but we don't want to be optimistic about climate change in this sense. We want to be prepared for those bad outcomes. So rather than use these blue areas on the graph here on the right, which would be optimistic projections that rely on significant cuts to emissions over the coming decades, we're following the guidance that said use the higher projections, the red area, which predicts continued high emissions. So we picked from that 2 SLR predictions were selected to model. One for the middle of the century and one for how bad it might be in the end of the century. All right, so we're going to look at this graph a couple times. Let's walk through it. First off, since for the middle of the century, we have very little time to prepare for the middle of the century. So we used the highest amount of sea level rise that the state provided a probability for, right? This was the top of their chart that had a probability associated. So that's 1.9 feet of sea level rise as a very low probability of happening by the middle of the century. By very low, it's 0.5 chance that it will be this bad. So to read this, if you look at the blue column, start all the way at the bottom. At the bottom here, there's a very high likelihood, right? We see 0.6 feet of SLR by mid-century, an 83% chance that we'll have that much by the year 2050. Then as we move up, there's a 50% chance of 0.9 feet. Keep moving up, there's a 17% chance that we'll see 1.1 feet of sea level rise by mid-century. This is the maximum amount that the state thinks is likely to happen. Anything above that becomes less likely. So to provide extra safety, we didn't want to pick that 1.1. We wanted to select an even higher amount of sea level rise. So what was selected was 1.9 feet. It has a very low probability of happening, only a 0.5 chance by middle of the century. That's the starting point for our planning for sea level rise. But that's not enough. That only brings us to 2050. We have to look to end of the century as well. So for end of the century, you see something interesting that in that blue, next to that blue column, the elevations, they change, right? Again, we're assuming greenhouse gas emissions continue to stay high. Then look to the bottom of the blue chart. There's a 96% chance that we'll have 1 feet of sea level rise. As we move up that chart, there's less chance that we'll get 2.5. It's only a 50% chance. And then we move up a bit more. 3.4 feet of SLR is the amount that was selected to guide most aspects of the general plan update. It has a 17% chance of being this bad by the end of the century. This is that 3.4 feet is the highest amount of SLR that the OPC calculates is likely to happen by the end of the century. Now, there's one more factor to consider is for certain uses, that 17% chance, that might be too optimistic even. We might need to get even a little bit more pessimistic about how bad it might be. So for certain things, we actually want an even higher number. For the end of the century, you're going to see that, again, assuming greenhouse gas emissions continue to stay high, the state thinks there's a very low probability that we'll see 6.9 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century. They think there's a 0.5% chance that it'll be this bad. That's the amount of SLR that's being used to guide certain city efforts. Think critical infrastructure, public safety facilities. So with those three different sea level rise scenarios that we can plug in to the flood map. For certain things, like king tide and storm surge, it's going to be pretty easy to factor in how much worse do those get with sea level rise. We can basically add them together. But for considering how sea level rise affects rainfall, it's going to be a little bit more complicated, and that's what that flood model is going to help us with. So let's start simple with the king tide and the storm surge. So we're pausing rain. Don't think about rain right now. Think this can happen on a blue sky day without any rain falling on the city, a king tide or a storm surge. It'll probably be gray skies during the storm surge. So, like was mentioned before, these can happen without rainfall, and we can consider them independent of rainfall and independent of the flood model that Dave was describing and that we'll be looking at again later. For these, it's pretty easy to predict how sea level rise makes them worse. So let's start on the left, king tide. What we can do is take that dark blue king tide water level. How high does the king tide get right now? And we can just add our sea level rise prediction to it. If you want to get dirty, direct interpolation is the phrase. That total water level, the two of those together, that's what our king tide level looks like if we have 1.9 feet of sea level rise. And we can do that for each of our three different sea level scenarios. So we would then take that level and look at, okay, what parts of the city are lower than that water level, and we assume they flood. Now that's a couple assumptions we'll talk about later, some issues with those assumptions, but that's the starting point. Similarly, over on the right, for that 100-year storm surge, we take the current level of that 100-year storm surge, the Army Corps gives that to us, and then we can add our sea level rise prediction to it, and that's what we think that storm surge looks like when we have 1.9 feet of sea level rise. Now remember that 100-year storm surge, it has a 1% chance of happening every year, right? It's the 100-year storm surge. But the king tide is guaranteed to happen every year. In fact, we get 2 or 3 of them every year. So we need to start thinking, you think of those maps in different ways, right? Next up. Now, rainfall. So unlike with king tide, unlike with storm surge, which are mapped independent of rainfall, sea level rise impacts rainfall floods in a much more complicated way. If the river is higher because of SLR, the rain has a harder time flowing out to the bay, so more areas get flooded. Agree. I think we agree on that one. So to consider rainfall, we need to use the new flood model. For understanding the storm right now, the model assumes the river. So to understand, the rainfall flooding right now, the model assumes that the river is at high tide during a rain event. So for the future, we can take that assumption, the current high tide, and we can move it up by the sea level rise amount. And then we run the model again. We throw another 100-year rain event at it, and we see how much harder it is for the water to get through the creeks and the rivers and drain out to the bay. So what do we map? Gina's going to be showing the maps after we answer some questions about the model process. Don't worry, we'll have another Q&A about the maps themselves. Here's a list of what we're about to look at. So first, there's 2 maps for the middle of the century, which use a very low probability sea level rise of 1.9 feet. There's 2 maps because we got one of the rainfall with rainfall and storm surge shown on the same map, and one of the king tides. Then we'll have the same 2 kinds of maps for end of the century using 3.4 feet, and the same 2 kinds of maps showing 6.9 feet. So at this point, we'd like to answer questions about the modeling process, and I'd like to apologize for being so congested.
Okay, let's begin. Who has questions specifically for the modeling process? Feel free to raise your hands. Darren.
Thank you for that presentation. You fought through congestion nobly and just left the room. So on the modeling, I have a couple questions here. Addressing the upper watershed area seemed like the obvious data gap. How much does that affect our confidence in the models? Because they talked about some areas. I mean, I would guess it would make us underestimate, but how does that impact our models and our confidence level? I'd imagine not too much because we're still moving forward. But.
Well, having the data, having more data from the watershed absolutely increases our confidence in the model, and how it impacts it. I think I'd like to ask Dave if he wants to provide a more technical response to.
Sure, yeah.
To that.
I could just compare, with the XP Storm model, we didn't have great topo in the upper watershed. We thought about obtaining topo during that process, and it was really cost prohibitive. But yeah, this time, we have the LiDAR covering the whole watershed. We actually have been working closely with Sonoma County Water and the modeling that they're doing. We started actually with a version of their model and did some fixes and some updates and tweaks to make it even better. So, and it had to do too with an older version of RAS that they were using. Upgrading to the current version, things were a lot easier and we could do them differently and more cleanly. But yeah, we have good confidence that the model in the upper watershed is now doing a great job.
Fantastic. And then one other thing you read with sea level rise, aside from just flooding, is impacts on groundwater. Was that assessed in the study? And I saw mention of Petaluma Valley groundwater study. Obviously, the GSA is doing a groundwater sustainability plan. Are they going to use our models, or how do we assess potential impacts on groundwater?
So the current model doesn't look into impacts to groundwater. The concern here is as ocean levels rise, it forces salt water into the aquifer. So you can start having saline intrusion moving up the river. And that's a really known issue in Sonoma Valley. It's a big project for Sonoma Water. I'm on the GSA advisory here in Petaluma. And so this comes up. It's really more of a process for the hydrogeological model that Sonoma Water, that the GSA is developing. The effect of the future of saline intrusion due to sea level rise. It's not part of this model, but there is coordination between those groups.
Okay, that gets to another question I had that's a little tougher to put in one question, but we have so many of these different plans related to sea level rise, water management, groundwater management. I was noticing in one area it was talking about, the river marsh enhancement plan, river access and enhancement, demonstration marsh and effluent management plan. I mean, is this document, just from reading it, it's not really an attempt to harmonize all of that necessarily. Does it supersede guidance? Or do we have to be familiar with kind of elements of all of these documents to make some of these land use decisions?
I'm thinking through the list that you just rattled off. Some of those are guidance documents. Some of those are planning documents. There's a handful of things there. And to the extent that our work effort is apprised of all of those documents. For instance, River Access Enhancement Plan isn't directly affecting the work we're doing with this model. However, the outcome of the work with this model and the policies down the road and the land use down the road might inform updates to the River Access Enhancement Plan. So that's for instance. And were there any guidance documents that we heard in that list?
That affect the decisions made to make this flood model? Is that the question?
Yeah, when we make land use decisions, will we just be referencing this model? Will we have to reference all of these models? I guess both in the general plan context and then on a project by project basis. Will this be kind of the go-to information about these topics, or like I said, will we have to generally touch on?
This will be the ultimately these maps will be the go-tos for floodplain effects. So the policies and the guidance that we'll be looking at as this process moves forward, we'll be utilizing these maps. Exactly how we'll be talking about next. And many of the other documents you listed also will be documents that will be called upon in helping our planners review projects and assess applications, each in their own right. And Heather, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah. So you're kind of getting, starting to go into the policy frameworks a little bit, like what do we do with this data, right? Yeah. And I believe there is in the draft policy frameworks that we've been reviewing is like an update to the River Access and Enhancement Plan to make sure that those kind of things are aligned. There will be some guidance in terms of new zoning regulations in different flood areas. So they are going to be informing the next phase, but it's kind of, you're a tiny bit premature, but those are things that are on the radar.
Let's bookmark that, and then I'll have two others just about the modeling. I read in there about the stream gauges we had to use and monitor and record water levels in developing these models. Is that something that's planned to be ongoing? And then with that, how often will these models be updated?
Dave, if you want to take stream gauge.
Sure thing. Yeah, the stream gauge data, you have to use the historic data set. And so, and the idea is to continue measuring the stream levels with the gauges so that in the future, if there is a need to come in and update the model, it'll be there. But with the calibrated model, there isn't necessarily a need to constantly revisit it. The model that we did previously, it was based mainly on events through 2005, and we've been using that this whole time. And so just goes to say, if you wanted to update it often, it would just be super expensive to go and recalibrate the model every few years or something. But if there are big changes, you're certainly able to do that.
Okay, great. Well, I think everything else is policy, so
Thanks.
I'm good.
A couple of follow-ups for you, Dave. You mentioned LIDAR. Do you want to provide an explanation? You talked about the LIDAR surveys in the watershed, and if you could explain what that acronym is and why we use that. And then I just also want to point out that our stream gauges are live online, and you can look at them anytime, each and every one of them. So there's a stream gauge link in the city website, and there's actually a couple of them. You can actually look at them on NOAA too. So NOAA grabs our data from our stream gauges, and you can go to their website and also look at our stream levels. And during flood events or heavy rain events where we're anticipating flooding, those gauges are invaluable sources of data that our staff, our public works staff, is absolutely zeroed in on the whole time. I have them on both of my phones. We're constantly checking those because we know which historically, anecdotally, we understand when we see, for instance, the Pengrove stream gauge hit a certain level, and when it goes over, we know pretty close what the timing is before we see the impacts downstream. So those gauges are fascinating, great to watch. They're constantly taking in data, and it's public. So that's a cool thing. And Dave, you just want to hit on LIDAR for us real quick?
Yeah, just real briefly. It's just it's a method of gathering topography data. I think it stands for like light detection and ranging or something like that, but it's an acronym. But yeah, it's a method to get the data. The main point is that, we took a leap forward with, I believe it's a 2014 product that the county has. That it's just much better than what we were using previously. And so there's a lot more detail of even like within urban areas, you can see streets and fields. And areas around houses with just a lot more clarity to understand what the flooding hazards are at that granularity level. So we're using all of that data. The great thing about this tool, HEC RAS 2D, is it will use all of it. It's not like most 2D models where you have cells and they each get one elevation. In the HEC RAS model, every little cell that we have, it uses all of the edges of the cells as cross sections, and it directly samples that LiDAR data. And so we're really getting a great product for the overbank modeling, especially, and also for the channel. And we also did use, for the area that's tidal, we used some measurements of the clean out that's happened with the Corps of Engineers. And we use their data to get the dimensions of the Petaluma River in the tidal section.
Thank you. I believe our Councilmember
Just
Thompson has a question.
Question, with the Adobe lumber or the Wix lumber up north, and we just approved something up there. I know what it was. So the 11,500 square feet of fill that's there, are we going to model to see if that is removed, what that's going to do with the upper area of the river, and will that make a difference?
It might make a difference, and yes, we can model that. And Pam or Heather, can you remind me what the application was again, and what was
Annexation.
approved or not? Isn't it that was the annexation?
Annexation request, and I believe that's going to City Council next month.
It's scheduled to go to council next month, but we're continuing to evaluate the alternatives that would be presented to council. If you recall, the commission recommended that the council support the annexation, but identified that staff should bring some alternatives before council that would consider allowing the annexation or supporting the annexation within the context of that fill, which is about 11,500 cubic yards of fill that had been installed in the late 1990s, early 2000.
And the application is annexation, but no actual development. But the issue of removal of the fill came up during the hearings. Yeah.
Right, and I thought it was, if it moved forward with the project, then it would have to be removed, but it would just be nice to have that balance so we can see the difference.
If the fill was placed before 2014 or so, then the model knows it's there, and that's been incorporated into the model results. The model could be used to consider what if that material was removed? Would that provide benefit, or would it provide harm? It'd be hard to find a way that could provide harm to the floodplain. But if it was basically the terrain model was a snapshot of 2014. If the dirt was there in 2014, the model knows about it and considers it.
Okay, so I'd like to know if the model knows before the meeting to the city council.
Jessica.
Thanks very much for this. It's super interesting stuff. And I wanted to ask a clarifying question around that predicting potential future section, which I'm sure is a challenging piece of your work. And I understand that there's a variety of variables, one of which you said was urban cover, and that when you ran the model, the impervious cover wasn't really doing a whole lot to impact our flood risk. And I wanted to know, when was that snapshot of urban cover? Is that 2014 that we're saying? Is our urban
Dave
cover?
will correct me, but I believe so, that it was the understanding of current impervious cover was based on the LiDAR data, which I believe is 2014.
Okay. I'm curious if we could add the next 10 years of building and also potentially incorporate approved projects, perhaps Oyster Cove, which is going to be in an interesting spot as it pertains to impervious cover. If we can get those approved projects that will inevitably bring more concrete to the city to be incorporated into the model.
So one of the things the model lets you do is kind of stress test some of these scenarios. So we did a stress test of impervious cover within the city. This wasn't any test of what happens outside the city. That didn't have data to go with on that. But what we did in the city was we basically took the current understanding, the 2014 understanding of impervious cover, and we went rather aggressive with it. We didn't look at what's proposed. We said, what's the worst that could happen? What if everything got kind of taken up a notch in terms of pavement? What if all the single family goes to multi, which just a completely unreasonable future, right? Basically, as much as we could turn the dial up to how much concrete could we put into the city. Let's test the model and see how much worse the flood gets. And the model said it doesn't get that much worse. And the reason for that is, again, mostly because that peak event that, when's that big slug of water coming through the city that's going to flood us? It mostly comes from outside the city. The stuff that landed on the city mostly already made its way out to the bay. And the thing to think about in this impervious cover conversation, and I say this as somebody who designs stormwater systems, impervious cover is brutal. It really ruins a lot of issues. It causes huge issues with runoff quality, urban heat island effect, lost groundwater recharge, increased irrigation demand and vegetation. It's absolutely atrocious in a lot of reasons. But focusing in on what this model does, which is say, how does rainfall behave in the 100-year storm? The thing to consider is that in that 100-year storm, we're talking inches of rainfall, 6 inches, up to 10 inches in certain areas. A park, even with the best soil in the world, pretty much starts behaving like a parking lot once you've had that many inches of rain, right? It hits saturation. You've seen that even in the park areas, it starts ponding up, it starts puddling, it starts running off. These 100-year events we're talking about here are really drastic. And so it turns out, the model kind of showed was, even if we go a little bit crazy and just pretend like pretty much everything got paved, the effect on peak flood and the height of the river it was very insignificant. Not to say that amount of concrete could happen, and definitely not to say it's okay. It would be a calamity for whole other reasons. But just looking at the 100-year flood, the model was not sensitive to impervious cover within the city.
And I can kind of expand on why a little bit. A big portion of the basin, as we talked about, is that upper watershed. And so that is really the slug of water that comes down the river that we're most concerned about. And so honestly, having the city with its, urbanization and corresponding impervious surfaces where it is actually good, because that water will run off faster, and we kind of want it to run off faster. It's actually not good to detain water in that lower part of the city, because then when you release it, it's going to be more peak to peak with the upper watershed flows coming down the river. And so what we're finding is, the impervious surface, it really isn't a bad thing for most of the city, but except for the points Sebastian was making about kind of local issues. But in terms of the peak flow on the Petaluma River, it's really not a hindrance. And the other thing is that a lot of the watersheds already have a very high kind of impervious level to start with, just based on, the soils and everything that are contributing to the creeks. And so we're already at a very high sort of runoff level, say, 90 out of 100, or I'm sorry, 0 to 100. We're already in like close to the 90% running off level. And so, adding a couple percent impervious to that, making it 92, it really doesn't change things. And like I said, it actually kind of helps in the lower watershed to have that running off faster.
And just as a quick point of clarification, when you're talking about sort of the river, it's not that affected. You also mean creeks, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. On the total floodplain, it didn't have a noticeable effect.
Okay, gotcha.
I have a follow-up question on, I guess, the surface roughness variable. So you were talking about it's a low value for permeable and then a high value for vegetation and like willows as an example. I'm curious if the model accounts for that vegetation and creating sandbars and what like dredging and things like that look like. And if we were to run the model and say we didn't have any more money to do dredging, how would that impact the model?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've looked at that in the past to understand, how important is dredging. it's more of an issue, not so much for the roughness side of it as it is just for the conveyance and the flow area that's available. On the creeks for sure, the clearing out of the vegetation is a huge component of all of this, and the amount of flooding that we get in the creeks and around the creeks, like Adobe Creek, for example. Having that channel clear makes a huge difference.
And that was one of the things that the model update did, was it has a better understanding of what the current vegetation in the creeks are. And compared to 20 years ago, there's a lot more vegetation in our creeks, which has really good benefits around habitat and carbon sequestration and absolute benefits there. Mm-hmm. But it does appear to be having an impact in how difficult it is for flood water to get through the creek. And there are some locations where it does seem to now spill out of the creek, where in the model 20 years ago that assumed rather denuded, unvegetated creek channels, water was able to flush through much faster.
Is that just a single variable scale of low to high roughness, and so something like cranking up that one number wouldn't account for things like dredging, and so or is there multiple aspects to what the roughness scale is?
The roughness scale itself is called the Manning's coefficient, and it is specific to basically every foot of every channel has a Manning's coefficient assigned to it based on the field work that said this channel is a concrete ditch, this channel is dirt, this channel has grass, this one has willows. Each basically foot of channel is individually assigned that coefficient of how rough the surface is. So it is a single number, but it's assigned per foot. And then that other factor that you're talking about of kind of down in the river itself, was it dredged or not? That's more of a shape question. How deep, how wide? Although the mud surface of the river has its own Manning coefficient. It's pretty slick. Water moves across it pretty quick. That's one of the things the model lets us do now. Would be that previous studies would be difficult, is in what parts of the river does dredging provide a significant flood control benefit, and in what areas does it not? And we have now with the model, you have that detail to be able to pick section by section. Where is it helping get water out of the city, and in what areas does it have no effect on if the bottom of the river were to fill up again?
Thanks. I just have two more quick questions. One was more of a clarifying question. On slide 30, there was an image. I don't know. It was more just an image, and it showed 23, 24, and like the upper river. And I just wanted some context on that. If we can go into that in the mapping, that's fine. And then my last question is, you mentioned that the model was calibrated based on the three most recent events, and I'm curious what those events were, and if we're going to get more information on those events, and if there is a map that exists of those events.
I'll let Dave handle the calibration. Your question was on slide 30. Sorry, I didn't understand specifically what you wanted. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just the upper right, the 23 and the 24. It's sort of like the upper river is this big red scary thing, I suppose. And it wasn't covered. And per Commission Member Racketson's comments on like the upper river and whatnot, I'm curious the importance of 23, 24, and.
Dave, you want to explain the big red?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that scary spider-looking thing. That's the portion of the model that we received from the water agency. That was the limits of the model that they started with, and we honestly redid the whole thing, but that was kind of the limit, the delineation. I think it's right there where Willowbrook comes in, is about where they stopped So that's what that was trying to show, is the upper watershed versus the lower watershed. And that's kind of what the 2D model looks like. We're not modeling every little square inch. We're just modeling the areas that are wet. And so that red kind of represents the 2D model limit in that area.
Rick?
Then there was that question about the calibration against the largest storms. Dave, if you could cover that.
Yeah, and I don't have the list of storms in front of me, but if memory serves, I believe we did look at the New Year's storm again, as well as there was one in 2017, I believe in 2019. It was basically the largest events where we had the most data. And so we had to we're looking for rainfall data as well as stream gauge data, and we had to have all of it for each event for it to make sense. And so we really looked at the largest events and also the ones that had the most data.
This goes to this question in flood modeling. Are you modeling a specific storm, or are you modeling this statistical average of the storm that has a 1% chance of happening? In some places, some jurisdictions, I'm thinking like in in portions of the East Coast, Hurricane Matthew is the storm. They just take the data from that. What if Matthew hits again? What's used here more often, and what city's always done, is this average. How big can a storm, what's the 1% chance? What is the biggest storm that still has a 1% chance of happening each year? And it is an average. And that means that you can't directly compare it to a specific storm, because a storm will behave very differently. What if it approached from the south versus approaching from the southwest? What if it loitered over Sonoma Mountain more? That'll cause a lot more flooding in the eastern tribs, and you'll get not much flooding in Kelly, Thompson, and Liberty. So that's where you want to calibrate against multiple storms, and you want to kind of think of this model as, it's very unlikely that all of the areas shown in this flood map flood in the same storm. It's very unlikely, because this kind of requires the heaviest rains to hit everywhere in the watershed. Really, you should think of that blue area as those areas have a 1% chance of being flooded per year, but it's probably not all of it that happens at the same time. Certain parts will probably be spared because something weird happened with the rain and it parked itself over Denman Hill, and it kind of left Marin Creek and Liberty Valley alone. So consider that this 100-year flood monitor is an average, a statistical average.
Rick?
So coincidentally, I was going to go right to calibration as well and benchmarking. You mentioned Petaluma was kind of out in the vanguard a bit using this modeling. I think you said that. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm just wondering if you can provide some context to that. Are we one of 10 jurisdictions in the Bay Area, one of 10 in the state, one of 10 in the country? How widely is this modeling tool used?
Dave can provide more numbers on the HECRAS model. HECRAS is a universal industry standard. The software itself. I think it'd be hard to find hydrology firms in the U.S. that aren't also using this tool now. We use it in our office, although we do smaller projects than the entire watershed. In terms of how do you incorporate these future projections of these variables that might change, sea level going up, rainfall getting more intense, storm surges getting more intense, those sorts of things. That's where we're with a group figuring these things out. We're also using guidance that is still being improved and developed and reissued every 3 to 5 years. So in terms of what number of cities,
is anyone else layering the sea level rise predictive model on top of flood models? How many are doing that?
Absolutely. Within the Bay Area, I would say most jurisdictions within the Bay Area have at least a preliminary look at how sea level rise affects them. They probably aren't going as so far yet as to incorporate it into a flood model like this. And one of the reasons for that is jurisdictions within the Bay Area are typically more subject to direct coastal flooding, which is mapped with regionally available tools. There's a couple tools available from OCOF is one of them. BCDC has their own. A couple different regional tools that look at, okay, throw a foot of sea level rise, throw 2 feet of sea level rise. That's very widespread, and I would say pretty much standard now for coastal California and Bay Area firms, jurisdictions. This going an extra layer to factor in, okay, what is the combined effect of sea level rise while the river is draining rainfall? That's where, let me think. A few watersheds in Marin County did this. Strawberry Creek in Berkeley. Most of Alameda has been modeled this way. I think the Guadalupe River, the lower Guadalupe in San Jose, in the South Bay. So I wouldn't say we're alone, but I would say we're only, I like to think of it as how many years ahead are we? We're maybe a year or two behind. Marin has been going really aggressively on this. Their Baywave program was pretty much the first in the region. But that we are also many years ahead of a lot of other jurisdictions.
Got it. So, the number of jurisdictions, even though I phrased it that way, is not as important. I guess what I want to get at is, weather is kind of driven by chance. We may have, a string of dry years and a string of wet years, as we know. But can our model be influenced using a feedback loop from other jurisdictions who may have more consistent weather patterns that are using the same model, that then we can update our model rather than wait for our next big series of storms to inform our modeling?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a thing here about the model that to consider is there is the big task of building a model. That's building a software tool, basically. Once you have that tool, you can plug in variables and you can run the model again. So think of, you've built your big Excel spreadsheet, took you ages and ages, but when you want to go in and say, what happens if I change that interest rate by 1%? Bing, you can run the model and you get your outputs. It's not quite as simple with this one, but now that this model is built, it is considerably easier to play around with some variables to say, we expect this summer to get some updated guidance from Sonoma Water, who is looking at what's called their climate downscaling effort. They're trying to figure out how much more intense is the 100-year storm going to be in 50 years or in 100 years, right? Storms are getting more intense. That is the general trend. How much more? We didn't have good enough data to work that in right now, but even by this summer, that might be available. Similarly, we're expecting updated, sometime this year, we're expecting updated guidance from the state on these sea level predictions. We have draft guidance. We can talk about it we have a slide on it at the end of the presentation. We have some draft guidance. It's not actionable yet, but once that becomes live, you're able to, if you wanted to run the model again, play around with the sea level number. Once we get new rainfall information, we could put that into it. It doesn't require the full rebuild of the entire software system.
Thank you. Roger.
Yeah, a question related to vegetation and how it impacts your calculations. And primarily outside of city limits in the northern drainage area, how much does change of, from pasture land to vineyards or a change of agricultural practices, how much does that play into runoff?
I don't really think it's a huge difference, honestly. I think, those vegetation level changes, those are more useful for understanding the hydraulics part. That is like how deep the water gets in those areas. But in terms of like the amount that sinks into the ground versus running off, that's more of an underlying soils issue that determines that factor. So It is an issue to some extent in terms of like if you slowed down the water considerably to get into the creek and then flow downstream, that would be an issue. But I really don't think that is something maybe to focus in on, because the underlying soils are really going to drive the contribution from the upper watershed.
I guess the question is, changing to vineyards from pasture, does that increase the problem, or it has no impact?
So there's two factors to consider with land conversion. One of them is, does it change the way that rainfall runs off? And the second one is, does it change the ability of that land to store water, right, to act as a bathtub? So I think about where I live up off, the Rainsville corridor, where it's low and it floods out in that big floodplain. It's gorgeous. It's a great commute. The effect, let's say that pasture land was converted over to housing. You had a lot of buildings, a lot of pavement, you had a lot of soil compaction, causing a lot of issues with runoff quality and a lot of issues. In terms of flooding, if you look at that pasture land right now on clayey soils, right now in the model, it acting as pasture land, it's probably has about 75% of the rainfall is running off of it. Whereas if you were to convert it over, that might bring it up to 84, 85, if it was kind of like a mixed residential. So an increase in the impervious cover caused more runoff, yes, but it's not so huge of a change, right? You went from 75% of it ran off to maybe 85%. So it has effects, but again, you have to consider that even open space has a lot of runoff during these really big events. I think the bigger concern for an area like that, and for specific areas, would be loss of flood storage. That floodplain right now expands, right? It expands like lungs. It holds a lot of water, and that water then slowly trickles out. If you were to drain that all, not let it flood, because a lot of houses had gone in, where does that water go? Well, it goes downstream, it goes to the city. Is that drained water now going to hit the city at a good time when the river is low? Or is it going to hit it at the worst time when the river is high because all the other creeks are hitting at that exact time? This is where it's pretty difficult it's difficult without a model to understand what effect a specific parcel project has on the downstream flood impact, because it's not just how much ran off, it's when it ran off. And this is part of the challenge of flood control projects, as you know, is that if you get the timing wrong, you can make things worse. You don't just need to hold the water, you have to hold the water at the right time. So generally, land conversion is probably not a significant change to the peak runoff volume, but it might be a specific local effect on the timing that can cause flood impacts. The model lets you actually rather quickly play around with that. Look at an area, fill it with a lot of dirt in the computer, and see what that affects its local creek or downstream.
Thank you. The only other question is, does tree canopy have any impact on absorbing water, storing water, slowing water down? You know, if we increased our canopy coverage in Petaluma from 14% to 25 or 30%, would that have any impact?
Dave, should I take that one?
Sure.
Probably not. Again, think of the volume of water that's coming down during this big event. This isn't a small rainstorm that gives us 1/10 of an inch or even 1/2 of an inch. In those small events, which, to be fair, is the bulk of the water we get in a year, comes down in these smaller events. In those events, it might, because the water staying up there on the tree didn't hit the ground, didn't go into the storm drain, could have a benefit to like a localized flooding concern, as in, did your curb fill up? Definitely has an improvement on runoff quality, right? Because of the interception of that water. But you have to think of this 100-year rain event. It's not a 1/2 inch, it's 6 inches. And that tree probably got fully saturated after the first 1/10 of an inch, even less maybe. And so the effect of tree cover probably does not have any noticeable effect on the peak flooding during these big events. although it sure helps our carbon sequestration, habitat, urban greening, microclimate issues.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add on one thing. I'm looking in our report now, and in terms of the question about cropland versus pasture, or vineyard versus pasture, it turns out that that category is actually how it's defined, and we're using the same SCS curve number loss rate for both of those categories. So cropland, pasture, it's really the same difference in the model for the runoff issue.
I would think the concern there would be around the effects of, did that project have an accompanying drainage plan which reduced the flood storage of that land?
Yes.
And that's where things, net zero fill standards are tools around that.
Okay. I have a few questions as well. Well, first of all, I really did want to thank Gina and Heather and the rest of the team for bringing this to us. You commented on the earlier planning commissions bringing this up. I think I was in some of those meetings when I first jumped on where we kept asking about how we were modeling for the future. I can tell already a lot of this presentation has shown just why it takes as long as it does to make sure we're getting the right output. Where I wanted to start, though, in terms of the longer time frame for the rain data set, what was the length of time?
Dave, you want to speak to that?
You're asking about the amount of storms that we looked at, or?
He's asking about how much history do we have on
Correct.
the
Oh, okay.
data?
Yeah, it goes back around to 2005. I don't think there was a lot of big events prior to that. I think the last modeling effort, we looked at the New Year's storm, and then there was an event just before it, and then a smaller event a few years later. But, and I can confirm it was December 2005, January 2017, and February 2019 were the three events that were the largest in terms of the flow that was measured in Petaluma River that we used.
Got it. Thank you. I mean, that's well beyond what FEMA requires in most of its documentation. That's relieving to hear. In terms of the flood insurance program, I understand that just on the back end, this modeling will provide probably more than enough in terms of looking at our kind of look back for projections for our 100-year flood maps and all of that. But in terms of adopting the modeling we're using for sea level rise, I can only imagine that FEMA would be happier about the added information, especially if we're using the Army Corps' program. But I just wanted to check, how has that discussion with FEMA worked out, if there's needed to be one at all?
I'll make a brief comment, and then Dave, I'll let you backfill. Unfortunately, I don't think FEMA really is too concerned right now about our sea level rise effort. The mapping that FEMA is standardized to, what we call the FIRMs. FIRM is the flood insurance rate map, right? FIRM. Those are the FEMA maps that we get online from FEMA and that you can get online for Petaluma. Those are our current flood maps. And they do not take into account sea level rise, nor does FEMA want them to right now. They're not there yet.
Got it.
And so while they do a lot of great work and planning and training and prep around sea level rise impacts now, and they're doing more and more of that, they have not incorporated that into the firms. And so the work that we're doing is way above and beyond anything that FEMA would be looking for. And there are a lot of things that we do that are above and beyond what FEMA expects. And because Petaluma really meets such a higher regulatory standard, that's what helps us get all those credits that we get in the CRS program to demonstrate our floodplain management excellence and help us relieve insurance premiums for our floodplain residents.
We're unlikely to get any, mind you, we're obviously doing this specifically for our own planning documentation, not for the credit benefit. But I was just hoping there'd be some kind of recognition to the work we're taking on without their prompting. But I take it at this point they'd rather not acknowledge that they haven't gotten there.
And Dave and Pam, if you want to add something, would love it. There's more to be said here.
I'd love to talk about the CRS program. I serve as the CRS coordinator for the recertification and the 5-year audits for maintaining our Class 6, which was first achieved in 1996 when I was the floodplain administrator and planning director for the city of Petaluma. So I love the program, and we are rewarded for our higher regulatory standards, our zero net fill, our freeboard requirements. If you develop in the floodplain. And so this new study, and I use that term because that is a firm FEMA term, the sea level studies that we are doing, we will submit them as a new study, and they will guide the framework for land use and development standards. So Gina and I have been and the rest of the Public Works Department has been very involved with the general plan team on sharing all of the data with the sea level rise, working with the team, the general plan team, including Sebastian. So FEMA will give us the recognition, and they encourage it within the CRS manual and the addendum documents that we have to follow, which is about 847 pages of regulatory requirements to participate in the CRS program. So it's a good thing. It's a wise thing for planning, and it's certainly a wise thing as we continue to try to improve our classification. We are the only city in the county as a CRS community. The county is currently a Class 10, which is they've joined the CRS and have not done any accreditation to get to a better classification. So Petaluma is in the forefront of developing higher standards for its community. So congratulations to all of you who do the work.
Thank you for the clarity. I only brought it up because during 2019, during the West County floods, I dealt with federal aid working with FEMA for a lot of their recovery cases. And I saw firsthand what happens when some communities have higher certification and what that means for their premiums following a rebuild and what happens for those who didn't. And frankly, for those who didn't, they end up disappearing from those communities. So I appreciate the effort that's gone into it. I'm just disappointed in FEMA, but I'm kind of used to that at this point.
And one last thing, Dave, do you want to speak a little bit to the, actually, we'll probably cover it in a later slide. I think we talk about the upcoming FEMA process. Maybe we'll hold that and cover that later. But there is more FEMA to come.
Thank you. Well, there's always more FEMA to come. Another question going specifically back to the model now. Thank you for accepting the deviation. In terms of the water flow and how that's mapped, is it flexible enough to show how kind of wetland restoration or marshland restoration can impact the model? Or like some of the other questions at this point, the sheer size of the basin, the flow of the valley, it's only going to have so much of an impact?
Dave?
Yeah, it's probably more just volumetric, to be honest, with that sort of thing. You know, kind of like a bathtub, you put a big rock in it and it's going to be that much less storage.
Got it. All right. And then how does the model handle sediment flow and drainage between the 154 subbasins? Does it get granular enough to show that on an individual level, or is it more of an aggregate of the overall?
So the 154 subbasins, the flow that's calculated from those is basically assumed to land in the channel of the creek. And then if it can't handle it, it flows out from there. But in terms of sediment transport, we're not doing that. That's a whole nother level.
Got it. Right.
So yeah, this is just hydraulics, straight hydraulics, clear water hydraulics, basically.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. That nixes about 4 questions, so I appreciate that. And actually, going back to kind of where the database comes from, given the sheer volume of municipalities using the database, and let alone the Army Corps kind of adding to this over the years, how much, in terms of data profiles and functionality, how extensive is the library in terms of what you can grab to add as needed for this model?
So are you talking about data to get out of the model or data to add into it?
Data to add into it. Profiles for surfaces, for example, profiles for
Sure,
events, that sort of thing.
Oh, it's really great for adding or clipping out little topography pieces and putting them in. It's super easy to do that, actually. So if you had a development and you wanted to see a proposed conditions run, you could take that area and put in the developed condition. If it involved grading or what have you, the model's really good at analyzing that.
So we could even use this model beyond just our initial planning documents, but also just to look at each subsequent project that we have. I'm not saying we'd always need to, but just if there's a question about it.
Absolutely. And, the hydrology can also be modified if you want to include some different hydrology and runoff characteristics. You could go as fine as you want with the scale, but the 154 subbasins is the starting point. But we've done projects in the past with the XP Storm model doing that sort of thing, and HEC RAS is even easier.
Oh, wow. All right.
And one of the things that you won't see with this particular presentation, but you should know, is an amazing piece of this model and the tool itself is that we can do an animation. We can set up the animation to start over a 24-hour period with the given rainfall data and click run and watch on the computer screen the velocities and the depths of water as they come down the creeks and to the river and over the floodplain. And it's a tremendous planning tool.
And I think we have used it for coming to mind the subdivision on Casa Grande. I feel like we used it for that, and I feel like we used it when we were looking at a subdivision off of Corona when we were looking at that a number of years ago. The project didn't go through, and it didn't go to completion. But so we have used it as a tool working with West on specific projects when there was a need to really drill into those issues and look at them with the model. So it'll continue to be a tool we can use as appropriate.
Excellent. Nothing like having a federal and frankly Defense Department tool that will be constantly updated, free of cost and then I did have a question about, and maybe I'm misunderstanding just how the interpolation works of adding sea level rise to the actual rain flow and flood model. Have you reached a point in terms of testing this out where that kind of the added data sets and the added conditions, which, as you've noted, is kind of this extra hybrid attachment compared to how others use it, have you reached a point where you've gotten to the functional limit of the model's efficacy? Where you're like, okay, now it's putting out weird models that we clearly know are off?
I think Dave can speak to this, but that was absolutely part of the calibration process, is testing conditions and making sure that the model was behaving, right? And that was an iterative process that took many, many days. How long were those computer runs on the model?
They take forever. And, we bought machines just for this project really to make sure that we could run it in a reasonable amount of time. They're called workstations instead of just a laptop or desktop with lots of cores and lots of memory. It takes 24 hours of time to run a 24-hour run. So it's basically hour for hour, minute for minute is how long it takes to run. So it is fairly annoying in that sense, but that's just because we added so much granularity with all the cells and all the detail. But it gives worthwhile results for sure. But no, I don't think there's necessarily a limit that we're reaching with, what the model can do with its usefulness with all these runs. I mean, I have probably more than 20, 30 runs that I can pull up, and we can look at, what about this sea level rise level? What about this one? What about that one? What if we, increase the imperviousness or what have you? And we've done those runs, and we have a really good feel for the tool. And I think it's going to be a useful tool for the city going forward.
Got it. So then, and because the reason I'm asking this, there wasn't a trend that popped up where you went, oh, here's a noticeable blind spot that we can't account for, or that we have to consider if we're applying it to our documentation.
I think the only thing that falls in that category is the runtime itself. It is getting to a point where it any longer, and we'd really be sweating bullets, but I think it's still doable. But yeah, we probably don't want to expand the model further downstream or anything, just to keep it. The boundary right now is just downstream of Adobe Creek. We have some graphics that we prepared further downstream than that. That we actually did create another model in that downstream area just to fill it in like a bathtub to show what this tide level looks like on the map.
Interesting. Okay.
So I'll add in that there's one limitation that if I had all my dreams, the model would be able to do would be, so this model currently does not understand the operation of the city's stormwater infrastructure. It does not know where the storm drain inlets are, how big the pipe is, where the pump station is that storm drain inlet clogged with leaves because the 4-year-old was playing there? It can't know those things, right? Theoretically, you could model in every culvert and pipe that exists in the city. It would be a nightmare of the model, and you'd put a lot of money into that, and you'd take the runtime the runtime would go from 24 hours to I don't know how many days. And so that's where we're kind of hitting the limitation of there's only so much data and detail you want to put into the model, because at some point it's just not worth the investment. And so this model will show some things like it might show a localized flooding in a location because it doesn't know there's a stormwater lift station there that has the capacity to move this many gallons of water per minute. The model doesn't know that. And it also, for safety, we kind of have to assume that system's not working during the critical moment. So that's where there are nuances to the really site-specific response, the site-specific flood conditions that this thing might not know. And we'll look at that in things like the king tide, because, or in the storm surge maps, it's this bathtub method, right? The water level in the river is this high, and we think anything in the city lower than that floods, even if it's far from the river. And you might say, well, how's the water getting there? Well, we're assuming that it's probably a storm drain somewhere, and it's going to run backwards, and it's going to artesian out of the storm drain inlet, and it'll flood that part of the street. We're assuming, because the model doesn't know if there is a drain there or not. It doesn't know that drain has a one-way valve on it that prevents the tide from going backwards up the pipe. So there's a certain amount of detail that the model doesn't have right now that a FEMA map doesn't want to know about, right? They don't want that much detail. And that it's questionable if you want to add that much detail.
And we did sort of look at, like, what if we added some kind of pipe, like a culvert, in an area where there's a storm drain inlet, and the model was showing water ponding up. We looked at that, and we actually found on many of them that it didn't have anywhere to drain because the river was at the same level. And so whether you put the pipe in or not, it's not flowing. And one other thing to add is that, the HEC is talking about adding storm drain capability into HEC RES. And that is coming in a few years, I believe. So if there was a desire later to put those storm drains in, you'll have a chance to do that.
And clearly not that this blind spot is a huge issue or even much of a blind spot, but I take it part of the issue there too is with so few cities doing what we're doing at the moment, there's just not a large enough data set for HEC to go, oh, this is the kind of standard add-on for this much storm drain activity or this kind of network or system that could ease the processing time.
No, I think they've heard the cry in general for folks that really want to be able to do storm drains in a 2D model, and they're going to add it. They're going to use it for federal projects. Otherwise, they wouldn't be adding it. So they do see the need for that, and they're working on it.
Okay. Excellent. And I'm almost done. I realize I've gone a little while. I just wanted to ask for the California Ocean Protection Council guidance, how often is that updated and who regulates that?
So OPC is through the governor's office. It's a number of state resource agencies and planning agencies, and additionally a number of universities too. Scripps is one of the, they're doing a lot of the work on sea level rise. In terms of their update schedule, last was 18. They intend to release their 2024 guidance this year. They just in end of January released the draft guidance, which is pretty draft form. We're going to talk about it at the end of the meeting. It's actually pretty hopeful. It was surprising. It wasn't as bad. The predictions were not as depressing as I was expecting them to be. So we'll look at that later. And they intend to continue on 5-year cycles of updating the guidance. One of the questions that came up in community meetings was, is this considering the federal guidance that came out in 2022? Is this considering the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6 guidance? We, as a city, we wouldn't directly interface with those. There's a process there. IPCC goes to the feds do theirs, California does theirs, and then we take California's. And ideally, we would also, and as we are, be in alignment with what our regional planning authorities, our regional guidance on this would be. And that's mostly coming through BCDC.
Okay. And then I just have one more question. And Heather, I also, at the start of this, had a lot of policy-specific questions. I just wanted to reconfirm, because I know we're going to have second round of presentation and more questions to follow. You really don't want us diving into the policy implications yet, really focusing on questions for the model and the data, which will probably help staff the most ahead of that process, right?
That's correct. And we will, the policy frameworks will be being released. They were based on this data, this foundation, lots of discussion with all the team members that you see here tonight. That will be coming out, like I said, in the next month or so. And that will then, there will be lots of engagement on those policy frameworks to get input on that.
Understood. Roger.
One question. What happens to the projects that are in the hopper that are moving through the Planning Commission that are, in one case, on the river? I don't know what the basis for their FEMA height is, or will that likely change, or how do we deal with that?
Well, I'll start this, but please jump in. So a couple of things. One is the process with FEMA to change the maps with FEMA is a next phase, and it will take a couple of years. So this is modeling. This is, we're trying to use this in our planning documents. There will be a subsequent process that we go through updating our firm through the FEMA, which then changes our floodplain as recognized by FEMA. Currently, the regulations on the books with Petaluma are based on the current firm maps. We have been working with specific projects such as Oyster Cove. They went kind of above and beyond and did some studies about sea level rise and some of adapting their design for the projected sea level rise in that area using data available. So we have been trying to work with the individual applicants as they come through, especially when they're in an area that we know is particularly susceptible, and we will continue to do that. One of the things, and you'll see this with the policy frameworks that come out, is we want to make sure that when we adopt the general plan, that we are at that time adopting new guidelines so that in the case, and I'm really hoping this doesn't happen and we're doing everything we can to not have this happen. If there's a lag between adoption of the general plan and update to the zoning code, we're not at a loss for those increased regulations and standards around flooding, sea level rise. So what you will see, and we're still tinkering with and working on, are some enhanced, increased regulations for properties that are in flood areas or sea level rise. And it's a kind of a complicated metric to figure out what to do where, but we have been working on that, and you'll see that in the policy framework so that when the general plan is adopted, those are in place as a kind of a holding place until the zoning code gets updated.
I think I could just add that while the FEMA mapping won't be officially updated, won't be adopted and accepted by FEMA, probably for another 2 years, 18 months would be the optimistic guess, but I'm not going there. It takes a while to do that. But in the meantime, we have better information, we have better data, and we want to be able to use that. And so there's nothing that prevents this jurisdiction or any jurisdiction from using a higher standard than FEMA. And that's what will be part of your policy discussion and part of our recommendations coming forward.
Thank you. Andrew?
Sure. Chair, if I might have pulled up the staff report from the May 2023 review of Oyster Cove. And I just want to read through the strategies that they're implementing to address sea level rise, because I think after this evening's presentation, it will probably resonate with you differently than it did in May of last year. So they're implementing the following strategies. Site design and proposed elevations for Oyster Cove are aligned with the sea level rise planning and in-place protection solutions discussed in the City of Petaluma's General Plan Update Sea Level Rise and Climate Change White Paper. The project has studied the potential risks associated with various sea level rise scenarios that are advised to be evaluated in the state of California's sea level rise guidance. The project is utilizing a sea level rise scenario based upon the 2100 medium high risk aversion model with 6.6 feet of sea level rise with mean higher high water and 100-year storm surge conditions. The project utilized the Our Coast, Our Future viewer to establish the minimum elevation for the future buildings to be at or above the future water surface elevation and avoid inundation estimated in the 2100 sea level rise scenario with 100-year storm surge. This minimum elevation is 14 feet. All proposed buildings will have a ground level elevation of 14 feet or higher to provide end-of-century protection against future sea level rise. The trail system around the perimeter of the site will be designed with the capacity to allow for future adaptive measures, such as raising the trail, construction of flood walls, etc., to provide the ability to adapt in the future and protect the site if sea level rise exceeds current 2100 projections. And then finally, the final building design of the oyster shed will meet city requirements for the renovation of existing structures within flood zones. So very, very real practical example of how it's referencing some of the data and modeling and so forth to respond through design solutions to the project's location and potential conditions.
And that's a beautiful confirmation of that kind of stopgap process of bringing projects forward to what we haven't established yet, but still getting that done. I've received at least one note and now 3 texts asking for a bio break. So I'm going to set that we have a 5-minute break before we continue the presentation. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. not had a chance to eat since about 2 p.m. So just trying to catch up. We are back. I think everyone's back and ready to go. We had one more modeling question from Darren, and then we'll go to the next step of the presentation.
Yeah, my question really, I think, is embodied by the 3,300 feet of flood wall in the Payran Reach area. When you have a physical flood prevention measure like that, how much capacity is there in the model to project, if there's land use changes around that, the sufficiency? I don't know that you could stress test that in the model, but can we get close? Is that kind of thing possible?
Dave?
Yeah, we included the flood wall in the model as a physical feature. And it's interesting because the model will show if there's a super high flood that we're modeling, it'll show where water gets out and how it sort of gets behind the flood wall, which is very interesting, sort of your weak spot, so to speak. And so, yeah, we've done simulations where we've kind of turned that up to see what would happen. And it's really good for that. And yeah, regarding like the flooding behind the wall, we are aware of pump stations and where they're located, and we can include those in the model as well. I believe we did. I believe the pump stations are part of the model.
And so I'd imagine if we change some of the land uses in that surrounding area, that model would be pretty accurate in seeing how that would affect the efficacy of the flood wall.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. If there are no other questions, we'll move on to the second phase of the presentation.
Okay, thanks. So now we've got the big reveal. Now we're going to share some of these maps. The resolution that you'll be seeing is pretty good quality, but we have monitors far away. And so what I want to preface my remarks with is pointing out that these maps are available online on the Plan Petaluma website. That's the General Plan Advisory website, or I'm sorry, General Plan Update website. And at some point in the not too distant future, as these drafts are reviewed and comments and feedback taken in, and a little bit further refinement as we develop them, ultimately they will be GIS maps, and they will be interactive GIS maps on the city's website. We're not quite there yet, but that isn't that far away. And those maps you'll ultimately be able to turn layers on and off, take and manipulate, point, pick a property and check it out at high resolution. So that is part of our process, and that's on the horizon. So with that said, I'm going to share with you. Let's see here. Oops, I have to share, don't I? Sorry. There we go. I'm going to share with you what should be a familiar map to many of you. This is the current FEMA, what we call colloquially the 100-year floodplain map, and this is what is represented to FEMA. It is the flood insurance rate map for the 100-year floodplain. It's what we use as the basis for our zoning ordinance and policies around the floodplain. So this is the current map, and it's what we use every day, all day long, right now. And it's also what defines our floodplain for the CRS program and our planning work. And so let's see here. What do we have up first? Not advancing. Here we go.
Sorry, Gina, going back, what's the blue versus the crosshatched?
So it looks like crosshatched. If you could zoom in, those are streets.
No, at the upper left and lower right, there are large areas that are crosshatched.
In here. Is that, and down here?
Yeah.
Is that the floodway versus floodplain, Gina?
That is, yes. So the solid blue is the creek and the river. And there's actually hatching. If you can look up here, you see that same hatching. This is all the zone AE, or the 100-year flood that you're seeing here. All this area down here. And the floodway itself, it looks like in this version of the map, well, here's the turning basin right here. So here's the floodway. And you're seeing upper watershed up here. Maybe I should try and give you a couple of, let's see. Here is Washington crossing 101. 101 is the red line. Here's Washington. So, and here's downtown over here. Water treatment plant is over here, Schollenberger. And then the north end of town, let's see, here we go. Up here is Old Redwood Highway, right in here. The gray hatching. Where's
the difference between those two colors? I don't think this is showing the.
There's no 500 on this. No. So this is the first of our maps, and we'll do a little quick primer on how you read this map. There's a zoomed in view that will be coming next. The first three maps I'm going to share with you show the entire town and also show some of the northwest area that's outside the city limits, some of the watershed up here. And we'll zoom in on this in a few minutes, and we can show a tighter view.
Hey, Gina.
Yeah.
I just went online to look at what those cross-hatched shaded areas were, and it looks like they're areas where it's a constant elevation, a zone with an elevation, just to answer that previous question.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. So this map shows the areas that have a 1% chance of flooding every year if we have 1.9 feet of sea level rise. It shows the combined areas of storm surge and the rainfall flooding on one map. They don't happen on the same day, but they have the same chance of happening. The city outlines shown in orange. It's kind of hard to see here, but is my cursor up there? Yeah. So I tried to point an arrow to it. You can kind of follow it through here. Here it is coming down the west side, up around, and then up to the north here around Old Red and back around. Major roads are black. The downtown area is here. You can always find the downtown on any map, really, by finding that little knob of the turning basin is a good landmark, just so you can sort of orient yourself on these maps. And then 101 interchange at Old Red and Boulevard North is up here. Here's that north interchange. And then Lakeville at 101 is right here. So here's 101 snaking up through town, and here's Lakeville coming across. Here it is heading down on its way to 37. So here's Lakeville and 101. And Schollenberger is, let's see, here's our water treatment facility. Here's Schollenberger right here. And I think that's good for our landmarks. So, about the flooding and what we're showing on the map. Flooding is shown by shading on the map from the shallowest flooding, shown in yellow, to the deepest flooding, shown in dark blue and green. The yellow shaded areas are less than a half a foot of flooding, so 6 inches or less is yellow. The salmon color is up to 1 foot deep of flood. And then from the light blue to dark blue, it ranges from 2 feet at the light blue up to 5 foot of flooding at the dark blue. And then deeper than 5 feet is this green. So, of course, the floodway itself is going to be dark green. It's deeper than the 5 feet. And there are some areas here you see some flooded areas down the south end of town, and this is up off of this is up off of 101 and Stony Point, outside of town. Is that true? Oh, some of this is in town. Sorry, this piece here is inside of town. This is outside. The most important thing that this flood map has taught us is that 1.9 feet of sea level rise only changes the areas that have a 1% chance of flooding from the bottom end of the city up to about Washington Street Bridge. The upriver from Washington Street Bridge and up the creeks, this amount of sea level rise pretty much stops causing extra flooding during a rainfall event or a storm surge. And we'll zoom in on this again later. I'm going to go now to the next map, which is the same time, mid-century, same sea level rise, 1.9 feet, but now with king tide layered on. So this is king tide with 1.9 foot of sea level rise, a very low probability, once again by mid-century. And now you'll notice that you only see the yellow, blue-green flooding in the creeks and wetlands with a couple of new breakout areas. You also notice the wetlands look like a lighter blue than the previous map because the flooding's less. And remember, king tides happen every year. There's no 1% chance or 50% chance. This is a 100% chance. We know this is going to happen every year, a few times a year. King tides are important to us for that reason. So we need to prepare for it differently than we would a storm that only has a 1% chance of happening. That's why you see a lot of focus on king tides in our model work. And the next map now is moving out to the end of the century. And this is our 3.4 foot sea level rise that's shown with the 100-year flood, so 1% chance of rainfall flooding with the 3.4 feet of sea level rise. This is the largest amount of sea level rise the state thinks will likely happen by the end of the century. This also assumes, and this is really important on all these maps, it assumes global greenhouse gas emissions do not go down, and we do nothing to prepare for floods. So it's assuming nothing has changed. This is the end of the century, and we haven't put in any flood control projects. We haven't done any adaptation projects. This is just as if we're taking today, looking at it at the end of the century with a whole bunch more water on it. And so it gets to be a scary looking map, as you can see. Again, the flooding is shown by the same shading, with the shallowest flooding less than 6 inches in yellow, and then the deepest dark blue and the green are, again, blue is up to 5 feet, and then that green is 5 feet and over. So the map shows obviously more flooded areas, but most importantly, it taught us that the 3.4 feet of sea level rise only changes the flood model from the bottom end of the city up to about the Payran Bridge, and upriver from there and up the creeks. This amount of sea level rise will not result in extra flooding during a rainfall event or storm surge. So the impacts are definitely focused to to those areas that, you know, the sea level rise reaches. Sea level rise just doesn't, the impacts do not reach that far up the river. In this case, really no changes past Payran. And then now I'm going to come back. This looks a little out of order to me. Thought we wanted to look at that one next.
No, 3.4 King.
Oh, sorry. This is okay. So this is end of century still. So again, we're somewhere around 2100, and this is the king tide map now, where we see the highest tides of the year that might flood at the end of the century. You'll see again some of the new areas of flooding, mostly along First Street and Lakeville. So First Street is down here, and again Lakeville in here. We're starting to see some flooding in these areas that we didn't see in the other maps. Again, we don't see the flooding moving very far upriver or up the creeks. And so the last version that I'm going to share is the scariest of the maps. This is the worst case that we looked at. And here we go. So this is end of century. Again, the 100-year 1% storm with 6.9 feet of sea level rise. And what was the percentage? 0.5% likelihood that we could possibly anticipate this. Again, assuming that nothing has been done for mitigating greenhouse gases or for doing any adaptation projects. So it's looking at the city physically like it is today, with no change in greenhouse gas emissions and adding the sea level rise of 6.9 feet. This also has the storm surge as the others did. And this is a map that we will not be recommending for use with most projects. This will be for critical infrastructure projects where we want to be as conservative as possible because they affect and impact public safety the most. And that's the conditions where we would be looking to suggest these maps for guidance. And, you know, I don't even know where to start on this map. This is kayaking down Petaluma Boulevard and, you know, quite a lake down here at the south end of town. There's definitely some more, I think, I have to look back. I have to compare this. Is there much more up here?
Up to the weir.
Just up to the weir. Okay, so this one we'll see some increased flooding as far as the weir. And where am I? There, right in here?
Lynch Creek confluence.
Yeah, at the where Lynch Creek comes into the river. And then past that, this should look pretty much the same as the 3.4 foot end of century.
As the current, basically.
Yeah. So,
and I guess I'll jump in there.
Yeah, go ahead.
And in going back to what instigated a lot of this concern was the sea level rise white paper. In that, we looked at the available mapping, and we had maps from the regional authorities from OCOF that said, okay, storm surge might be coming up to you, plus sea level rise. That starts affecting big parts of the city, and we put those maps into that report. But in the report, we pointed out we don't know how much effect that high river has on a big storm coming down the river from Pengrove, from the contributing watershed. We didn't have a map. We had a FEMA rainfall map, and we had a future sea level rise map. But we didn't have one that said what happens when rain happens during sea level rise. That was one of the needs to do this. And so we're really focusing in on this question of where does the impact of sea level rise stop? Where does it stop affecting how rain gets out of the city? And so at that 1.9 map, it seems to stop around Washington Bridge. On the 3.4 map, it seems to stop around Payrand Bridge. Anything up there, doesn't matter that there was sea level rise. The rain will behave as the rain pretty much has always behaved. And this map is showing that at 6.9, the rain has a harder time getting out, and it causes more flooding downtown Lakeville, up at, the areas on both sides of the river, Payrand, part of Payrand neighborhood, Madison. But then the effect of that sea level rise during a rainstorm starts petering out around the flood control weir, and uphill of that, up into Denman, it doesn't really matter that there was a lot of sea level rise. The rain just behaves as rain, like it's currently doing. And the other thing that's going to let us do is now we can zoom in, because after we do the king tide map, we can zoom in because all the stuff in the upper watershed, it's the same. So we're going to be able to get a little bit more detail in here. A thing to consider, though, these maps are considering sea level rise in the future. So sea level rise at the end of the century. They don't consider how much worse rainfall might be at the end of the century, right? Because we didn't have that data set to reliably know, is it 5% worse? Is it 1% worse? Is it 20% worse? There was a lot of disjuncted, and the data just wasn't there to be able to reliably put a number down and run the model. Although we're really expecting this summer, later this year, to get good enough guidance on that we'd have the opportunity to play around with the model.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you. And then this map is our end of century with the 6.9 feet. So again, our worst case scenario with king tide. And, we see the main effects up through downtown, around Washington, and of course the south end of town. And why are we looking at that map when part of our upcoming discussions will be, well, what maps are we going to use for looking at different projects, different developments? What do we use for what? And we're going to be we'll bring forward some suggestions for consideration about how to use these in different scenarios. And again, we know, and I want the point I want to remind everyone is that the king tides will happen. And that rain and storm surge has a 1% chance of happening. So we want to be looking at both of these maps as we plan ahead. We want to make sure that we cover the case where we know for sure that we're going to have king tides, and they're going to hit every year. And it isn't one day a year. It's not 2 days a year. There's some, around the worst day of a king tide, the days preceding and following it also have extremely high tides. Those tides will vary, by a few inches. They will be extremely high. And then we have that occurrence, certainly at the equinoxes, but sometimes I think there's a third and fourth lesser king tide that we get hit with. So they're sure as heck going to happen, and we need to make sure that we incorporate that in our thinking as we plan ahead. Not just these maps with the 1% 100-year storm. And we'll have some. I think there will be some good discussion around that and some good suggestions about how we can treat this. And then, okay, so this is just going to be a zoom in now of the same maps we just looked at. I just wanted to have an opportunity for everyone to see. I'm going back to the beginning now, back to mid-century, the 1.9 feet of sea level rise with rain and storm surge. And this is zoomed in now so that we're seeing downtown and Washington Street at the north upper left corner of the map, and then we're seeing the here are the treatment ponds for Ellis Creek water recycling facility. So, and here's Schollenberger down at the bottom. So I'm gonna repeat a lot of what I said the first time in the map, and I'm doing it just because sometimes hearing this as you're digesting the maps and what they mean, it can be really helpful. So the map 1 is showing, again, the 1% chance of flooding every year from rain and storm with 1.9 feet of sea level rise. There's a very low probability that we'll see this amount of sea level rise by mid-century. Again, 0.5% chance, very, very low probability. Some additional areas are shown to be subject to flooding beyond what we currently know to be at flood risk during a 100-year rain or storm surge. I don't know, is there anything else you want to add to this one, Sebastian?
Yeah, looking at a couple things that jump out as scary. If you look on the bottom right, those at Ellis Creek, those treatment ponds, why are they showing as blue, but there's a white line around them? It's because the way the lower part of the river was modeled as this bathtub, where we calculated the height of the storm surge water elevation, how high is the river, and we said anything in the city under that elevation we consider to be flooded. Well, how did the water get into that basin? It didn't get over the wall, right? It didn't get over the levee. The model has to basically assume, well, there's probably a pipe connecting those, and there is, in fact, an outflow from those treatment ponds. The model doesn't know that that outflow has a check valve, it has a one-way valve on it, or that in the future we'd be able to add a one-way valve to it. Similarly, if you look up in the top left along Lakeville, there's a low-lying neighborhood that shows flooding. It's not connected to the river or a creek in any way. Where did the water come from? We assume, because it's a low-lying area, that that storm surge found its way in there through a storm drain system. Which, again, there's limitations of the model. It might not know that there is actually a one-way valve on that system. Or, so what we're saying there is basically, we don't know if there is one, and if there is one, we assume it broke. How bad, this is how bad it could be. So again, to think of these maps as, this is if we do nothing. This is if we don't have pump stations. This is if we don't add pump stations or add other control systems. Another area you see breakout is First Street. I think you guys have experienced, you've walked down First Street and most of the buildings there are actually elevated on plinths, multiple feet off the ground. So here you see flooding in the street, but you don't see it on the parcels or under the buildings. So that starts getting some more detail. As you zoom in on parcel specific, though, we're getting zoomed in enough that you can start thinking about, well, what about my building? Like my office, right there next to the blue. The model does not know the floor of a building. It knows there's a building there. The LiDAR told it that there's a big mass there. And the model considers that there's a building in the way. So it considers how that water's going to have to go around the building, and that can slow it down. Okay, it knows those things. But it doesn't know if your building has a floor that's 5 foot off the ground, you're high and dry, or you are at the level of the curb and you've got 6 inches of water in the house. Model doesn't know the impact to each building. But it does know that there is a building there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's bare earth topography LiDAR. There's different types of LiDAR. You can get the LiDAR that's the first return where it actually gets the roof. We're not using that. We're using the bare earth version. So around a building, it'll take the perimeter around it and basically interpolate. So it's not going to pick up your finished floor elevations.
To accomplish that, you need to compare this to, say, an elevation certificate, for which a lot of buildings have as a part of the CRS system.
I think this is also a good time, and Dave, you can help me with this. There's flooding that you're seeing on the west side that you've never seen before, and it's coming down from Thompson and Kelly Creeks, and it actually shows street flooding through the west side. This is 6th Street here, and here's First, here's Petaluma Boulevard here. So this is in the lettered and numbered streets on the west side. It shows flooding, and then as you come down to First Street, of course. And there's a couple isolated areas around Thompson Creek where we actually are showing some floodplain impact now, but it's very isolated. What you're seeing here is shallow flooding throughout a lot of these streets. We've never modeled these two creeks before. So in the previous flood models up to now, we didn't have any data for Kelly and Thompson Creek. So we brought them in for the first time. And have we seen this kind, I don't know anecdotally that I've seen this kind of minor flooding in this area. And it's a question that I want to make sure that we turn over every pebble on this side to make sure that this is as accurate as it can be. And
yeah,
Dave,
just to clarify, we did actually have Kelly Thompson in the XP Storm model, but a decision was made that the results weren't very different enough from the existing maps at the time to actually include that as part of the map revision. And so, but the creeks were modeled, and we did have survey of the cross sections and whatnot up and down Kelly Thompson Creek, and they were part of that model, and they continue to be part of this model. And yeah, the 2D model is showing the breakouts and flow down the street, but it is that yellow color, which means it's less than a half a foot, which would likely disappear on the FEMA maps unless there's a hazard and high velocity flow.
So less than 6%, or I'm sorry, less than 6 inches is going to stay in the street. The curbs are 6 inches. So that's, that's great comfort. And something that Dave just mentioned is that it likely would disappear on a FEMA map because the FEMA maps are going to show 1 foot, 1 foot and greater. They're not going to be able to show this level of detail. And then I'm going to go ahead and forward to the same zoomed in area for the king tide with 1.9 foot of sea level rise. Again, the king tide maps, you don't see much overbank as you come up into town. There's a little bit here, along the boulevard. Most of the impacts are down at the south end of town. Looks like a little bit here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the end of century. This is the 1% storm, i.e. the 100-year flood with 3.4 foot of sea level rise. 3.4 feet represented 17% likelihood. Again, the map is just a zoom in of the one that we looked at earlier, but you can start to see a little more detail when we zoom in, and I wanted to share this. Here's that real light, mostly 6-inch and under flooding in the street, in the residential areas on the west side, southwest side. Now we're seeing some reasonable flooding in the 1 to 2 foot, maybe even up to 3 and 4 in the streets here, around First Street and Second Street. Over here off of Lakeville, we're starting to see a lot more flooded areas in those same ranges of depth. And then coming down over to, here's the marina here, and keep coming down when we get over to Schollenberger. So pretty deep areas there with king tide. Obviously not a lot of residential down here, but definitely some development in here. And of course, all these breakout areas are new. We haven't seen this in any of our mapping before. This is McDowell coming in here at Lakeville. And this is king tide at end of century with 3.4 feet. And This map shows that downstream boundary, after which we went to the bathtub model, right?
Correct. Yeah, all the maps have been showing that yellow line there. And so upstream of that yellow line, that's where the model is actually doing the hydraulic calculations with the 2D. Downstream of that line, we're using a different model, and it's literally like, just show me where the water is at this elevation. It's not really doing hydraulic calculations. It's just, we're using the terrain and dumping water in it to show you what that level looks like.
The reason for that is as you move closer and closer down to the bay, you really start getting dominated, but your flood hazard gets dominated by storm surge risk, and the rainfall risk becomes quite irrelevant because there's just, once you get down into the flats and you get into this wide expanse of the marshland, the rain has no problem getting out. It doesn't really back up and get that high. What's the threat down there is storm surge. So that makes it easier to model the effects down in the low area, and it helps the model be a little bit lighter, right? Not adding a bunch more creeks that are sitting there calculating when we don't actually need to bother calculating them.
Exactly.
And then the scary map. I call it the scary map.
Me too.
This is end of century, very low probability. Again, 1% likelihood at the end of the century with 6.9 feet of sea level rise. This is a worst case scenario that we would consider using for critical infrastructure projects. So we don't think this is very likely, nor does any of the guidance that we've received. But in an abundance of caution and to be as prudent as we can with public safety facilities, we feel like we should be paying attention to this.
And just to compare to one of the conversations you were having earlier, that Oyster Cove study had considered 6.6 feet. There's a little discrepancy there because they were using mapping that didn't have the option. You couldn't click 6.9, you could only pick 6.6. But in reality, those couple inches, it's pretty irrelevant to the strategy conversation. This is that when they say 100-year storm surge plus 6.6-ish feet of sea level rise, that their finished floor elevations are above that level, this is the map that, this is what's happening in the rest of town.
And this is where Oyster Cove is, just for reference.
But again, to another point, it doesn't consider what projects might be built. Like it shows that area as having flood depth, even though that project application has filling that area. So again, the model we didn't add into the model the suite of projects that might be coming in the near future. It's just based on what the land surface was in 2014. The other thing to remember about these models is they're predicated on those two big assumptions: no improvement to global emissions, and the city does nothing to adapt, right? Does not modify land use, does not build any flood control structures, doesn't do any of that.
And since I'm over here pointing out where Oyster Cove is, I would be remiss not to point out that on the other side of the river, right over here, is fire station number 1 in greater than 5 foot depth. So,
King Tide.
One last one.
Yep.
Okay. This is our 6.9 feet of sea level rise at the end of century with King Tide.
I think the thing that this starts showing relevant for the King Tide conversation is before with that 1.9 or 3.4 of sea level rise. Those king tides cause distinct low areas to potentially flood, whereas here we've reached a point where it's not low areas flooding because maybe a storm drain is going backwards, which is a pretty easy engineering fix. These areas are contiguous inundation, right? There's a connection of water flowing from the creek over the land to these areas, which is a different sort of hazard, right? And it's a different sort of adaptation that's required, or a different sort of defense that's required. So that's one of the things that having these different maps lets you do and having the model lets you do is not just what areas might flood, but what kind of flood would they experience? Is it deep? Is it shallow? Is it fast? Is it happening every year multiple times? Or is it just got a 1% chance of happening? So that's the virtue of trying to break these products out and being able to look at them.
Okay, thanks. So next steps. We're almost at the end.
I'll do this one.
Okay.
So we've been talking about this updating guidance. We're on a cycle. The state provides extra guidance, and formally with their OPC publications. And there's also in between, we get better guidance because Marin does a project and we think there's an interesting precedent, or Sonoma Water finishes a study and we think there's interesting data to be garnered from there. So we're always kind of pulling in new information. The most recent information we've gotten is what's being called the California Sea Level Rise 2024. It's also from the Ocean Protection Council. I kind of wish they just called it OPC 2024. Would have made this a little bit simpler, but they didn't. It's been released as a draft in January. We just got it. We just attended some discussions with them. They're thinking this year, later this year, they should have the final. And it makes some changes. So let's go through that. First off, the OPC 18 followed that framework, that probabilistic framework, right? We looked at that chart that had the blue graph of there's a really good chance you'll get a little bit, and there's less chance you'll get more, and there's less chance you'll get even more, and there's a very little chance you'll get this huge amount. They have done away with that structure. I'm not happy about it. What they're doing is following a federal tool that came out in 2022 that used a different sort of framework, a different way of thinking about these sea level scenarios. Rather than giving you the ability to pick, okay, high emissions or low emissions. Oh, I want high emissions. Okay, pick a year and give me a probability of how high it will be in that year. It does away with that framework. It basically, it doesn't let you pick emissions anymore. It's basically made 5 categories of sea level rise from low to high and given you what it thinks the middle amount of sea level rise is, what it thinks the high amount of sea level rise is. And unfortunately, it can't then assign a probability. And so there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of pushback of, hey, this isn't as good of a planning tool as OPC 2018 was because we need probabilities. So again, they're soliciting public feedback right now. We've provided a significant amount. And we're hoping to get more clarity on that. So that's one of the bad parts. Here's a good part. It does anticipate lower amounts of sea level rise, slightly lower, than what we have thus far been considering. That's great. We were expecting it to get a little bit worse because over the last 15 years, every climate report seems to get a little bit worse every time. So in this case, what's happened is that they've improved the science so much that the projections used to be a really big spectrum from 1 foot to 14 feet. What that has now, 1 to 7, and then they had this outlier of this 14 that was kind of in its own world with no probabilities associated. What they've been able to do now is shrink that range down. And so because they have more certainty, and because Petaluma had only ever been looking at the top of the range, when that range got constricted, our values actually went down a little bit. So if you look at the table down here at the bottom, OPC 2018 are the top numbers. We went from 3.4, there was a 6.9, there was this 10.2 that was floating out there in the ether, and the OPC guidance said, think about this, but we have no idea how likely it is. It's pretty out there data. What they've done now, move down a row, is they've said, okay, we have a much better handle on these really unknown variables like Greenland and Antarctic destabilization, and that's let them pull the range in. So what was their extreme scenario of 10 feet has now been dropped down to 6.5, and what was their, what we'd been considering the 3.4, they're saying, well, actually that amount of risk, it's only 3.1 anymore. So they've taken our numbers. You see, we've kind of shifted down a bit. We went from, what do we have maps of? We have 1.9, 3.4, and 6.9. Well, their equivalents now under the new guidance are 1 foot, 3.1, and 6.5 are kind of the equivalents between those. So that's great. The numbers went down a little bit. That means we have a little cushion in our models, a little bit of extra leeway. Maybe it's not 2100 more. Maybe we're now modeling 2105, 2110. Our map for 2050 is now kind of more like a 2060 map. It's probably still a useful tool. In fact, the extra buffer has been one of the requests that we've been getting from community and council is add a little bit of extra buffer in here. So that's good news. The most challenging part about it is in their draft language, they are really missing a lot of sections about how do you use this map? How do you use these data points? What land uses are appropriate for these different projections? They have provided 3 land uses that pertain to each of these 3 scenarios. They said park benches for low, camping for medium high, and critical safety and infrastructure in the extreme. There's a lot of land uses in between those last 2 that we need them to find more guidance on, because there's a difference in the risk profile of a single-family residence to a multifamily, to comparing a warehouse to a retail to a warehouse with hazardous materials. There's a difference in the world of flood control. When we talk, our precedent comes from American Society of Civil Engineers. There's a difference between an inpatient hospital and a hospital that has surgery suites, right? Maybe we can't get that much detail from them, but we want a better understanding of what uses apply to each of these. Based on the preliminary read of very lackluster guidance that's in the draft form, there's a possibility that the uses that we thought the 3.4 map was appropriate for, they might now think a 4.8 foot map is more appropriate for, which affects more of the city, and we don't have it mapped yet. So we're in coordination with them and with BCDC and some other regional efforts and some other cities to try and push for more clarity in the final language when that comes out, hopefully this year, and how that might affect the mapping that needs to potentially be redone or policy portions of the general plan. I would just say, if we're looking at a 3.1 map versus a 3.4 map, we want to bear in mind all models are wrong, some are good. The 3.4 map is probably still appropriate for considering the impacts of a 3.1 sea level scenario. And that's one of the reasons we're thinking of these as mid-century. It's not a 2050 map, because maybe it's 2045, maybe it's 2055. Just appreciating that there are so many variables and unknowns in these sea level rise projections that we don't necessarily need to get hung up in it's off by a couple inches. So we will update as we get more concrete guidance for that.
Okay, I think I'll wrap us up and just do a quick review of the FEMA update process. So we're in the nascent stages of starting this process. We've had conversations with our FEMA rep. They understand that we're going to be bringing a map update project to them. They're working our project into their schedule, so they're anticipating this, and it will be a Public Works-led initiative with West Consulting, again, doing the heavy lifting on the mapping. It'll include technical reviews with FEMA, a lot of community engagement, so there will be a lot of meetings explaining the mapping, probably area by area in Petaluma. It won't be a big, giant Petaluma-wide meeting. I think what we think will be more helpful is to meet with areas of the town that have a similar drainage, and so maybe there's anywhere from 4 to 6 of them, depending on how we divide up the town, so that we can be one-on-one with community members and answer questions about, their neighborhood and their impacts more directly. So those will be coming. We have FEMA's estimate that they gave us a 2-year estimate from the time we file our first submittal. We have a funding gap to get all this done. We can start it right now and with what we have, but FEMA actually has a great grant program to help with these mapping projects. Unfortunately, we can't even apply for the funding until after we do our first submittal and after we've gone through some additional training related to the grant program. So we are working on that as well now. So there's funding effort and grant applications and training going along with the rest of this. So it's very exciting and it's starting. And in 2 years, I hope to be announcing the acceptance of some new maps. And in the meantime, as we pointed out, we will be recommending that our higher standard maps that we're developing here will be used for our planning applications and building applications, and not waiting for the FEMA map updates. And where in some cases, I didn't point this out when we were going through the maps, but if you go back and look through them, you'll notice that there's actually some areas in the north end of town along Industrial that are coming out of the floodplain, because now they're, I think, largely taking into account our Pay-Ran Reach flood projects that we did. And so in some cases, the existing FEMA map will be more conservative in terms of flooding than the new mapping, and in some cases, vice versa. So we'll be utilizing all of those resources as we entertain impacts and to projects. So just sort of a recap on floodplain management here in town. We know that, of course, floods can and have happened across broad areas of town, and it's very challenging. We've had a lot of historically really devastating floods in town. I think Pam remembers evacuating members from Leisure Lake in a backhoe bucket, right, or a front loader bucket.
Petaluma Estates.
Petaluma Estates.
Leisure Lake, we did through the Highway 101 fence onto buses. 86.
So, and we've had a lot of severe flooding downtown too, at least one of those. So we want to keep the community safe. We want to minimize flood risk and damage. That's what this is all about. We've talked about the CRS, Community Rating System, and it's the role that plays, that we play as a CRS community, and how that benefits our community, and how we are continually striving to improve our rating in that system. And Pam is devoting the bulk of her professional time to elevating our credits with the CRS system and initiating more programs in the city so that we can demonstrate an even higher standard, and we're working toward a Class 5 certification that would increase the discount to our floodplain insureds, and it would offer an additional 5% off. So it would be a 25% discount off of their premiums if we can get there. And we're thinking that we might be able to get there by the end of the year. So working hard on that. And then I'm just pointed out on this slide some of the projects that we have done and that we're seeing the impacts of in these storms. Projects to manage the flow of water through our rivers and creeks. So the Pay-Ran Reach flood walls have made a difference in the Pay-Ran area. The Denman Reach detention ponds and terracing, I mentioned that the new flood maps have that area around Industrial Avenue out of the floodplain now. It's because of those projects. largely, and then the Capri Creek improvements that predated that. So, and then, of course, as part of our floodplain management, the development of these maps that we've been sharing with you and the work that's been done on these. And the next shoe to drop is going to be the general plan policies, that these will be a tool for you in evaluating some of these upcoming land use policies. So I think that's it for us, and we are happy to entertain more questions and appreciate your patience in sitting through what was a very long presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina, and I believe Roger then Jessica.
How this impacts the city in the future, I think, is the wrong question. It seems like, how does it impact the future of the city? This information, I'm very concerned. This information in the wrong hands, in the wrong exposure, could just be a disaster to this town, to investments, to commercial property, to retail moving here. I think it really needs to be managed. I don't know how to do it, but it needs to be managed in a very effective way to do the least amount of damage possible. And I'm concerned with, this is a lot of information that people can do crazy things with. So I'm concerned.
Can I speak to that? May I speak to that?
Yeah.
I take your comments to heart, and I take this very seriously. And there's a lot of education that's going to have to happen surrounding this, and this is just, some of our early educational, informational work that we're going to be doing. We're going to be taking this on the road and trying to share this information with the community in a very careful, thoughtful way, so that we can develop an understanding and sort of a new language base with the community on flood. We would be remiss not to share vital information. It's our job to share it in a way that will be understandable and digestible and that will be meaningful. And the education piece is just one facet of what we'll be doing in the very near future. And I think that one of the recommendations you'll be seeing coming forward from staff in the framework is to launch a adaptation plan, a flood adaptation plan based on this work effort that you see here. And that will be a plan with a fair bit of effort, a new effort, to take this information and start identifying what adaptations, what type, where, when it's appropriate, to start developing a plan for the city to address these flood risks. And with that adaptation plan, just one last comment, with that adaptation plan, it gives us the ability to seek grant funding for what will be some very expensive and impactful projects. Yeah. So go ahead.
My only concern is, and I'm sure council will do this, but it needs to get into some not necessarily flood control engineering brains or planning commission brains, but into some, what do we do with this information, and how can we turn it into something we can live with? Because we're going to be living under an investment shadow for many years now without a resolution. How do we cope with it? How do we deal with it? How do we improve things? What can we do? What can't we do? I mean, there's a whole bunch of things, and I just can't imagine a general plan being resolved in a year with this kind of question unresolved, and the finances it would take to fix things to a point where downtown is okay. It's just a huge shadow to live under, and I'm not sure what we do with it.
All right. Jessica.
I have a couple methodology clarifying questions and then a mapping question. So the 3 flood hazards that you outlaid, you had king tides, which are, let's call it semi-annual, rainfall at 1% chance, storm surge at 1% chance. Is my understanding correct that rainfall and storm surge are mutually exclusive? You wouldn't get extreme rainfall and extreme storm surge on the same day?
Yeah, so during any rain event, there will probably be some amount of storm surge. They typically align with each other, some amount. During that 100-year rain event, you will not have a 100-year storm surge.
Okay.
The statistics of those lining up with each other is all of a sudden you're predicting a scenario is it 1 in 5? Is it 1 in 1,000? Is it 1 in 10,000?
Gotcha.
It's not evaluated. It's not a tool that's used. So when you look at these 1% maps that we're just looking at, just like when you look at a firm, you're looking at a composite of how much gets flooded by a 1% rain up in mostly the upper river, and how much gets flooded by a 1% storm, which is exclusively in the kind of downtown and lower arena. So that entire thing does not happen in one day. It's just you can show it on the same map because it's got the same likelihood of happening.
Okay. So then we're adding this additional layer of sea level rise in low, moderate, and scary levels. Do we have a model that shows sea level rise plus storm surge or rainfall and king tide?
That's a great question. So rephrased.
The disaster movie map is what I'm asking for.
Yeah, during the wildfire, during the power outage, yeah. So the question there is that modeling thing. It goes back to this question of how high is the river when we run the model? Well, how high is the river when it rains? It goes up and down, right? Twice a day, 2 high tides, two low tides every day. The timing of when the rain's trying to get out versus how high the river is, it's a very important question, and it was part of the calibration of the model. So the question you're asking seems to be, if I understand it right, is we're using that mean higher high tide, which is the average of all the high tides in the year. It's about here. King tide is above that, right? So you would say, okay, should we model what happens when rain is happening, or you can actually basically ignore the rainfall conversation because the effect of the tides in the tidal area, you're a storm surge concern anyway, so we kind of ignore the rainfall. So the question is, why aren't we adding storm surge to king tide? Why did we add it to the mean higher high tide, which is a little bit less? So the reason for that is, one is a game of statistics. We're used to seeing these flood maps that have a 1% chance of happening each year. If you were to say, well, what's the chance that 1% event happens at the same time of day, just a couple hours, of that king tide? A lot less than 1%, and an unknown amount less than 1%. So by doing that, you blow up the ability to have a probability conversation. The other one is by taking the mean higher high water, we're assuming during rainfall events that the river stays at mean higher high water the entire 24 hours of the storm. Of course it doesn't. There's a low tide in there. In fact, there's 2 low tides, moments when it's easier for the water to get out. And this was a big question, and it actually was a lot of study of running the model multiple times. What happens in that storm if the storm starts at midnight and it's high tide at midnight? Okay, well, what if the high tide is 20 minutes later? What if it's 20 minutes later? We ran multiple attempts to try and see how sensitive is the floodplain to when the high tide was that day. And it was brutal because you have to run it dozens of times, and each one of those took a day. But what was interesting was the result of that said, actually, you can get the same floodplain result, as doing all those models and adding it together. you can get the same result if you just run the model assuming it was high tide the whole day, which is also convenient because that's the way the Army Corps does it. That's the way we've always done it in the past. And doing this pretty extensive study said that's a fine way of doing it. We don't have to get really specific about when the relationship between, was it low tide during that hour or was it high tide during that hour? So that's another reason we feel comfortable using the high tide. Also, doing the modeling during the high tide matched the stream gauges, so we know it looks like the real big storms that we have had. That's another reassurance. And another thing to think of is by taking those high tides and using that as our benchmark, we're kind of already including parts of those king tides, because those king tides through the year, those were the highest tides of that day. So we're not specifically using the king tide, but we're partially using it. We're using it in a way that matches how we've always done it. We're using it in a way that matches a more detailed way of doing it. And we're doing it in a way that matches the stream gauge real world assessments that we actually have. And we talked so long about this that I actually have slides I can show about it. Happy to discuss it more because it's a really interesting part of the modeling process.
Cool. If I'm hearing you correctly, we're already using pretty high tides. So we're sort of getting enough of the way there without also layering in king tides. Okay, cool. One quick question then on the worst case scenario critical infrastructure level assessment. Do crosstown connectors count as critical infrastructure?
Interesting question. Anyone over in planning want to take that one? I would say that, for instance, the new crosstown connector that is in design right now at the Caulfield Bridge is indeed taking this into account, and we are using the 6.9 foot number, and we're building that thing above that for that very reason. So yes, it is important that we that we start paying attention to circulation and emergency response capabilities in those situations. So the answer is yes, it should be considered. Can we do it on all of them? I don't know, probably not. But we can and should and will, with our adaptation plan, look at that very carefully and establish a basis of circulation in a worst case scenario so that we can maintain emergency response. And some of that emergency response is going to be floating, right? But yeah, it is important, and yeah, we need to look at it.
Darren?
Thank you. So right now, we obviously have this as a model. Does it really get teeth for what we can require from applicants and property owners with the passage of the general plan and the IZO? Can we make any and this is kind of spilling out from that, but can we make findings on a project based on this information? Will this be part of our packet, or will that not happen until this is formalized as part of those documents?
We were actually just talking about that and thinking about our different ways to look at it. So what I can tell you is that in the policy framework, the resiliency policy framework, we have been looking at that as trying to be explicit enough that there are standards that respond to this modeling with adoption of the general plan. Also programs that when the IZO or whatever it's called at that time, the zoning ordinance is updated, that those get pulled in to our regulatory document. So it's codified as well. So that gets us when the general plan is adopted, when the zoning ordinance, it's codified in there. What we were just talking about is that in between, right? So I think Oyster Cove was a great example of an applicant who came to the table. We raised concerns. They were willing partners, and we were able to look at those things that are not currently codified, and look at it. We have our CEQA, our environmental analysis for projects, although sea level rise, for example, is not caused by the project. So it's not an impact of the project on the environment. It's an impact of the environment on the project. So we're still talking about what could we do in the interim. So I don't have a perfect answer, but at least we are talking about it and thinking about it. And we knew we would need to be having these conversations because we knew with the updated modeling, we were then going to be in a situation where, well, now we have this information. How do we incorporate it into our day-to-day? So
that totally makes sense and was kind of the type of answer I was hoping for. And then when it comes to the OPC guidance, a lot of this is based on the 2018. Does it change anything, or is there a requirement, especially when we start making this part of policy, to use newer guidance because we are kind of waterfalling from that state document? Or can we say, no, our city uses this older guidance that's a little more conservative because that's what we want to do? Is there anything to consider there with this new draft kind of on the way?
I'll preface saying I'm not a lawyer. I'm not aware of any law that forces compliance with this. When the 2024 guidance comes out that says all jurisdictions must follow this, I'm not aware of a BCDC standard.
It's just guidance.
It's just a guidance document. And the city thus far has just been taking the stance of, as soon as we'll use the most updated local adopted guidance that exists. So pretty looking forward to the 2024 once it gets actually firmed up and published.
But if our team finds it wanting, we're not stuck with that guidance. We can kind of
You can always go above.
Yes. Okay. Fantastic. And then, when we're thinking about how these changes might show up in regulation, for staff, this is probably many conversations and tons of different options. But when we're thinking about right now the general plan, we're doing the general plan land use discussions. All in that is definitions of different zoning areas. Do we anticipate this updating changes to zoning classification definitions as we have them now? Or what impacts do we anticipate that this will spill into?
you're having a hard time waiting for the next step.
Right, you weren't supposed to ask that question this evening.
No, we are definitely looking at this also. So the framework is one thing. The land use designations are another thing. And are there areas that what they're designated for now based on this modeling that shouldn't be designated for that? So that's definitely another, it is also influencing the land use, which is why it has taken us longer than we had anticipated, because we didn't feel like we could actually have an authentic land use discussion until we had this foundational information to help inform us. And that was a commitment that was made when the RFP for the general plan was released, and we spent all this time putting that RFP together and this was one of those key issues that we have to think about how we plan for the future in Petaluma, given, our local context and our flooding and sea level rise and climate change. So it's definitely also informing the discussion with land use.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And whenever I think about that, I always think about new projects or new applicants. And this, again, might be way jumping over, but is this something we might anticipate affecting existing property owners as this information updates, our decisions as a city? And you can just say, this is too far in the future. But if they have to worry about an existing regulatory landscape, would we anticipate requiring retrofits to meet these standards, anything like that?
We have been talking about different things and different triggers, to be thinking about. I can't tell you, I can't say off the top of my head kind of a specific, but we have been talking about that. We have been talking about things. What happens if there's a natural disaster and a structure is lost? what's the rebuild process if it's in an area above an X amount, or so we are talking about it. I just don't have a highlight reel to rattle off for you.
I can trust the process, but yeah, it's just good to know that's happening. And then,
Darren, do you have a question specific to the model we are looking at and
Yes.
the data we are looking
Yes.
at? Because I just want to say Heather was really clear at the beginning of the presentation
Yeah.
that they are looking at these things, but not ready to answer yet.
It's hard for me to be patient, but definitely noted. So then when we think about the city projects and prioritizing, some of the considerations for interventions, this is on page 38. The model doesn't necessarily assign a score or assign a priority. Does anything about this modeling process that we're undergoing right now allow us to start prioritizing some of those projects, whether it's, making infrastructure like connectors more resilient, whether it's doing revitalization of marshlands? Is there anything about this that lets us assign impacts and make any prioritizations that way?
I think that adaptation plan that I referenced earlier is going to provide that guidance.
Okay, so not at this time.
And Sebastian?
And we're trying to pre-work. The model does not do it. It's a hazard assessment. It's not an impact assessment, right? But the 2020 LHMP did consider local hazard mitigation plan did consider some similar sea level rise scenarios to this. It was not nearly as nuanced of an approach, and it didn't consider the complementary rain plus sea level. But there's some okay maps in there, and it did a first attempt at an inventory of affected critical infrastructure. So that would be a start. That's the current data that we have on impact. It's based on older modeling. It's not quite as good not as good as this one, but it's a starting point that's the most recent impact assessment that's been done.
Okay, fantastic. I'm definitely excited for those future meetings, clearly, but those are all my questions.
A couple questions. First off, I'd like to thank all of you. I don't know if this is considered like a cloud of science or whatever, but I don't think it takes a sophisticated investor to understand that we're the only city that has a CRS designation of 6, and we're working on a 5. And so thank you for that.
In this county.
In this county, right? And so rather than keep this information in the dark, from an investor or from, when we're going to get pushback on this information, we need to make it clear that we're doing a better job than anyone else in the county on this, and we're being leaders. And so I personally appreciate having this information and spreading it widely. I do think in future conversations, the role of the Zone 2A flood control agency could possibly be better highlighted. There was a section in the report that talked about the Copeland Creek flood control project and the 9% reduction in flows, and so there's already projects in the queue, in the hopper, that are being worked on. You mentioned you might even be on that agency, or at one time were, and so if we have experts in this city that are already working on this, how much better off are we? And so I'd really like to highlight the role of that particular obscure agency as well.
Yeah. And I should note that Zone 2A funded a large portion of the flood model and mapping work by a grant that I had submitted, I think maybe 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, and they covered a huge portion of this effort. They don't cover sea level rise; that's not in their purview. And as a funding source, they also will not cover FEMA mapping per se, but they will cover the floodplain piece of it before it goes to FEMA. So they've been a great partner. Amazing partner, an amazing partner whose funding is also dwindling, I should note. But yeah, Zone 2A has been a great partner, and I'm a liaison to that committee for the city. And Sebastian, you want to say anything else about Zone 2A?
Yeah, I attend those meetings just because I'm a glutton for punishment. And the last meeting was actually really interesting, good conversation about their effort. It's actually a regional Sonoma County-wide effort to better predict these future rain events. How much more intense does the rainfall get? And let's make sure we're designing our flood control systems for future rain intensity, not just 2023 rain intensity. That's underway. We're actually hoping to get those products from Sonoma Water is actually doing the science on it. Hoping to get those products sometime this year. Because absolutely, there's going to be a continued need and an increased need to address the climate hazard of rainfall, particularly as the rainfall gets more intense. I think to me, if I really zoom back to the Petaluma conversation about climate change impact to flood hazard, is that we've historically mostly been a city concerned with rainfall. That's where our hazards were, and that's where our protections were invested. What these maps show is that, yes, rainfall flooding, as precipitation gets worse, it does start getting more intense, and we're going to have to stay vigilant with our upstream flood control, flood protection projects. But over the decades, we start growing this concern, this looming concern from the Bay starts growing and starts becoming more of a shared hazard to the city, where currently we look upstream for flood control and a little bit behind us. We're going to have to start looking more and more both directions. And that means strategy changes to how we do flood control, because you protect from storm surge very differently than you protect from rainfall. So for me, that's the overall conversation. It's not fundamentally new things. We've been doing flood control. We've been doing flood modeling for decades now, and we've been really active in the CRS system. What climate change says is we have to expand to more of an equal vision upstream and downstream to flood hazard.
Thank you for that. And if there's the opportunity to invite some of the experts from the Zone 2A to participate in some of the policy making discussions, I think they would be some informed members of the public. By the way,
we gave this presentation to Zone 2A a couple months ago, maybe January or something.
If they can inform the policy discussion, in addition to Council or Commission Member Rakusen, of course. A clarifying question, and then I guess two comments. The upstream of Payran, the impact stop from sea level rise, was that because of the weir, or is that a coincidence?
I think that was just sort of a demarcation that was coincidental, because some of the maps, it goes up as far as the 1.9 foot impacts go up to about Washington Street, and then the 3.4 foot impacts seem to go up to around Payran, and then the 6.9 took us up that much further to the weir. So I think what you're just seeing, we're just using our local landmarks to help identify where those limits
coincidence.
were.
It's probably coincidental.
Probably. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then I guess just two final comments. So the first basic one, the little map of the creeks in the upper left-hand corner, I thought that was actually really good. I don't know if there are better maps of the creeks, but I would, rather than have that be a tiny map, I would like to see that just be a full map in some of the presentations, like Wiggins Creek and, Liberty Creek over there in the KOA area, right? And so I know we're not going to talk about this yet, but when we do get to the topic of environmental justice in the general plan, Leisure Lake floods all the time, right? And so my last comment is I would really like to see a map of the flooding that we know has occurred, okay? And so that we can know Leisure Lake floods all the time. And that's not a map of a 1% probability or a 1 in a million probability or whatever it is. It's a map of the most recent flooding. And so people just have that map, and it shows the people in Leisure Lake need our help. And so I would like to see a map that shows the recent flooding that we've had.
Yeah, Pam?
Yeah, I've only been here since '84, so I'm by far not a local, like so many people are. But to my knowledge, Leisure Lake has actually only flooded once. But what happens is it gets isolated completely, on almost not annually, but pretty. You're exactly right. It gets isolated, and because of the age of a lot of the residents of Leisure Lake, that's not where we want them if they need help. And that's where we end up using the boat or getting more amphibious type of vehicles, or we cut fences and do goofy things like that. So we've evacuated them. I can think of being in the EOC 3 or 4 times where we've asked them to evacuate to the community center just so that we can keep them dry and warm in case anything happens. We can get them fed because electricity gets cut off, things like that. But I actually can only remember water in the park once, with water underneath some of the units. Leisure, Petaluma Estates and Youngstown is different. It gets water in it from both coming from the swale that used to be parallel next to the freeway. It's still parallel, but now it's on the back side of the sound wall, and also from the overflow that goes along the railroad, turns right and goes into that ditch along Corona Road, then out overflows right in front of the fire department, and tracks down South McDowell and goes into Youngstown first, and has in the past gone into Petaluma Estates, both from the back and the front.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I think we need a basic map everyone can talk about. How do we help these people?
Just had one. Can you comment on what the insurance industry uses around these tools? Are they using the same tools, to your knowledge, that you're talking about here, in order to assess their risk and underwriting potential developments?
So the FEMA map that I flashed on the screen that we had the question about the hatching on, that is the flood insurance rate map. That is what the insurers use.
Okay, do they go above and beyond that to actually assess their risk? I mean, that might be what they use to, determine rates. But in terms of a go, no-go, is there a...
I don't know that I can answer that. Pam, do you have any insight that you could share?
Most flood insurance policies are through the NFIP, through FEMA, and they use the rate map, and they quite often the insurance companies will call the Office of the Floodplain Administrator, and we through the CRS system we have developed a form that gives flood depth, flood history, everything that they can use to determine. But it's my understanding, I never had to buy flood insurance, thankfully, but I believe it's pretty much guaranteed if you go through the NFIP program, and there's a lot of information that we've made available to the public that is brochures from FEMA on how to obtain insurance, and the state law, real estate disclosures are pretty strict on what their requirements are to inform their client. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I'd just like to reiterate, appreciate your work in this area in order to the benefit of our citizens to be able to get more competitive rates. So, thanks for doing that as a secondary benefit.
Janice?
I want to comment on Leisure Lake. I believe they put a wall around there after the flooding, to the north of or south of the pumpkin farm. I think that was built to keep the flooding from stopping.
There is an uncertified levee that runs right along Willowbrook between Highway 101 and Stony Point. I most recently talked to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the manager of levees and dams division, and because we're trying to find fund to look at our man-made levees or our old private property levees even, that have public benefit, to see if there's any funds. Haven't found any yet, but we're going to continue asking. But you're exactly right. That was erected many years ago, and it does stop Willowbrook from going in that direction. It doesn't stop it from coming in off of the old Denman Road extension that services Leisure Lake from Stony Point. But
to that point, that levee, because it's uncertified, I believe that we did not model that in these maps. We assume it isn't there because it's an uncertified levee. Is that correct, Dave?
Yes. In fact, we had to work very hard to show mapping without that berm there because it's there in the terrain. We had to manually remove it, see what would happen in the flooding, because FEMA will not allow us to assume that that is there because it's not a certified structure.
I guess this is why in Europe they build up on the hills and the flat area is not developed. But we didn't learn, did we? But I do have a question. Like, when I was little, Washington Street flooded, Lakeville flooded, and they put pumping stations in. So what's going to happen to the pumping stations? Will they be effective with sea level rise? Or are they... What happens with those? Or do we have to rebuild in a different way, like you're saying, building out, maybe storage areas?
I'll give you the good non-answer, it depends. Some of them will continue to work pretty much as designed and as previously. They might be stressed or reach capacity due to changing rainfall conditions. If there's more rain falling, then maybe the pump wasn't built for that amount of rainfall. Some of them, if the nature of the flood that is hitting them changes, they might not be capable of handling it. So, for example, a pump station behind a levee that was just designed to pump the water that was raining into that neighborhood. But now that levee gets overtopped. Okay, it's a completely different flood scenario that pump system has to deal with. No, it's probably not going to be able to handle that. Similarly, let's say it's a pump system that's really just designed to drain rainfall out of a neighborhood, but now it's actually getting water is moving backwards from the river. Storm surge is now dumping water into that area. Well, it'd be like trying to bail water out of a rowboat while a fire hose is refilling the rowboat. It's just not designed to do that. So it'll be very much a site-specific evaluation of the infrastructure. And this goes to the flood adaptation master plan that says, what assets do we have? How do those evolve over time as the flood dynamics change? Maybe because they just got a little bit incrementally worse, or maybe because there was a fundamental shift to how flood is affecting that area. All of a sudden, it is getting inundated for a day because of king tide. Is it designed to handle that? How does it have to be modified? I think a case example of this is the outflow at Ellis Creek, which was evaluated for, it is vulnerable to certain really high storm surge amounts, and it could backflow seawater, salt water, into the treatment system. Site-specific evaluation said, okay, that can be solved with improved backflow device, improved one-way valve. So those sorts of evaluations do get site-specific.
All right. I have a few questions and then a comment. You had mentioned the future rain data was particularly difficult to model because there just isn't a consistent source. But you also said there'd be guidance in the summer. I was wondering what that meant.
The Sonoma Water Agency is working on their climate downscaling project. It has an acronym that I can never remember. It's got a Q in it. And
Great. QACP.
Let's go with that. And what it's basically doing is there are statewide models of how much more intense might rainstorms get, but they're up at the state level. They need to be refined down to a watershed level, because you can't just make a blanket statement that says, rainfall in the Petaluma area will get 5% more intense. Well, maybe in town it'll be 2, and maybe on the mountain it'll be 8. So you need to downscale these climate models, and there are multiple climate models that have to be done, and it's this whole statistical process that I do not understand at all. And but they assure us that they're working on it, and they're hoping to be able to provide guidance sometime this year. They're using it to inform flood control planning in the other flood districts, including Zone 2A. And they're also using it to inform other sorts of water projects. They're forecasting for reservoir management and some other efforts. It's probably the tool that will help us be able to go into this model again and say, okay, let's bring up the rainfall so that the 2050 maps don't just look at what floods look like with 2050 sea level rise, but also look at the 2050 rainfall.
Sorry to interrupt, but we lost Sebastian's mic online.
Okay, thank you. I know there's a little bit of just.
Councilmember Cater Thompson doesn't have a monitor and doesn't have a mic. She's shut down.
I'm just going to move past that comment. There's quite a bit of discussion about how the model really doesn't map floor elevation as it currently stands. I had a few questions related to that. One, would the displacement in any significant way change the footprint of where some of the water is mapped? Two, would this also, if it did model the ground floor successfully, would it also change how the model treats quick flowing water versus kind of a slower, well, I don't really know how to frame slower moving floods, but, and then finally, does this also fall in the category of it would be nice to have, but the model already takes 24 hours and it would be so much more detail that you just can't get into it right now?
Dave?
Yeah, I guess to that last point first, I don't really think that would be an issue. But yeah, it's really not the standard for a FEMA analysis to include the finished floor elevations, just because that information usually isn't part of the topography, and it would require quite a bit of work to go in and get those surveyed and add them to the model, or to dig up the records or what have you. So that's not a typical step in the floodplain modeling. But there is a subsequent step that can happen after the mapping, which is to do elevation certificates and remove individual areas that are higher than the 100-year floodplain. But there's some discussion. I know the city, we talked about this, and there's a difference between just the pad elevation versus the property. Some insurance may look at your property and see that your property boundary is in the floodplain and still hit you with insurance, even if the structure is not. And so the city is aware of this, and we've talked about this, but we are taking care in the model to represent clearly whether the property is wet or not. And we are looking at the ones that are borderline very carefully.
Got it. So I take it that's your way of saying that the ones that are borderline are the ones where displacement might be more likely. So you're trying to kind of option by option figure out what to add in that might not necessarily show up without the displacement from ground floor elevation.
mean, I think the displacement issue, what I'm saying is that the topography we're using, the bare earth LiDAR, that is really all the displacement we're going to consider. We're not going to go in and look at, a wall or a structure or a building and whether that's displacing the flow. We're looking at the bare earth topography and letting the model run with that. And that is the standard for doing floodplain mapping.
And Dave, can you speak to what the roughness coefficient that's applied under the footprint of a building is, how that affects the water flow around or through a building?
Yeah, I mean, it gets into the weeds a little bit. But yes, you can add, a different roughness for the building. We are considering that the buildings themselves are a higher roughness. So the water will slow down as it's going through a building, which is exactly what would happen. If your house is getting flooded, you will see that the water is not moving fast through your living room. It's just this slow rising level. And so the model is capturing that.
Got it. Thank you. And the only reason I flagged it, it wasn't within the context of FEMA mapping. It was only within the context of a lot of our development patterns move towards structures being that much closer together and distances between them shrinking. So I can just see where, on a granular level, this might be helpful down the road. That's all.
Sure.
And then I just wanted to say almost all those maps decimate Highway 37. And as a commuter, that was absolutely terrifying. So for the definition for critical infrastructure projects, how expansive is that? This was addressed a little bit with whether or not a crosstown connector is included, but how are you typically defining critical infrastructure for the, I think it was the 6.9 feet concern?
And there's discretion on top of that.
Yeah. So the first start that we've been conceiving for that, because it's a new policy approach for the city. What we've been leaning into currently is American Society of Civil Engineers table. It's from a document on flood safety of structures, document 12-24, table I can't remember, and it basically lists out flood hazard classes of buildings, going from a class 1 of buildings that are not significant, buildings that are rather risk tolerant, as in if they are affected by flooding, it is probably not very expensive, it's not environmentally damaging, and there's not a significant threat to the general public, safety threat. Mm-hmm. And that ramps up through, a lot of structures are in the 2 and 3 category, and then up at category 4 are those most intense. And that's where you find things like emergency services, critical utilities that provide or threaten human safety if they're not, if they lose function. Certain high volume gathering places, particularly if they provide emergency function, like a shelter, emergency services. So it's got a list of, but it also throws things in there like a hazardous waste facility, because that has increased public hazard if it was affected by floods. So that's our starting point. And then in addition to that, probably wanting to have some ability to have discretion for specific things that maybe aren't found on that list. I think tonight the comment about access, crosstown connectors, were limited. Those insofar as they provide evacuation and emergency response don't appear on that list. That list concerns itself with structures, not with other things. So I think there would have to be some modification or some additions.
Hence the discretion.
Got it. Okay. So this can evolve over time. And then for the CASLR 2024 standards, how long until those are actually finalized? I mean, I understand you provide a fair bit of context for how much it's missing and how much kind of public comment engagement still needs to take place. But for their own estimate, how long for it to be standardized, and then how long is it expected to last? Because it seems like it's a new framework compared to the 18 set, and I'm just wondering, is this adopting a new framework that then in a few years is going to get replaced with a new framework?
On that question of the fundamental framework shift that it did, given that it made that shift to match the federal policy, which was updated in 2022, guess is as good as mine, but hopefully that means, we're referring to a higher authority now, and perhaps that means the framework will settle down for a bit.
Sure.
The draft language says it will keep on a 5-year update, so hopefully 24 follows by, hopefully we have mostly till the end of the decade before the state revises that. And in terms of their schedule, the posted schedule for final adoption is this summer. It is in public review right now.
Okay.
I will just say the draft was supposed to come out last summer. And I was weekly contacting the project manager begging for this thing. So they say this summer.
Got it. So this summer or maybe next summer. Got it. No, I mean, stuff happens. And then one last question, and then I'll just make a closing comment. For the FEMA map update process for community engagement, I just had a question about how does community engagement for that mapping process look like? Is there a certain density or a certain, not density requirement. Is there a certain requirement for the amount of engagement taking place, number of people who've been surveyed or contacted, or does it vary by the municipality?
I'm not aware of any metrics in any guidelines. So, it is our habit and practice and best practice to do as much outreach as often as we can on something like this. And I think the city, I think we go out of our way both in public works and in planning to do just that. So I have nothing to measure it by.
Oh, sure.
But what I can tell you is that our intent is to have these be largely in-person meetings with large-scale, hard-printed maps of areas of the city for whatever area we're meeting in, so that we can answer questions and engage individuals that want information one-on-one, and we'll provide a presentation as well. And we'll offer some remote meetings where we can to make sure that we're covering as much of the community as we can, canvassing. And we'll have, of course, our online outreach and social media. We'll be contributing and providing notices for these events. So it'll be a full court press to get this out in the community over the next 2 years. And it will take some time, and it will take a lot of care, but we're dedicated to doing that, and we understand how important it will be.
Yeah, that's great. I shouldn't say I'm surprised by the fact that the federal government doesn't have any standards for the outreach from municipality to municipality, but I fully understand what you're saying in terms of the city's approach.
Hey, to their credit, FEMA does require a community outreach component to the map amendment application that we're going to submit, but I don't know. It can't possibly be anywhere near as robust as what we would just do on a normal project. And Dave, you might be able to speak to it. You might be more familiar with what they actually require. They probably require a community meeting or something of that nature. So it will be way above and beyond, to be sure. You know? Yeah.
No, I mean that's satisfactory. I was just curious to know if there is a strange standard or not. And then just an ending comment, because I also concur. I think this is really good news to be sharing with the public. I don't think it's a shadow at all in terms of our long-term viability. I have to track a lot of like the home insurance issue that we're having with the state at work quite often. And what we're finding is the municipalities and communities that are focusing harder on long-term projections and standards, especially around climate change, are the ones that are most resilient to some of these sudden and frankly more predatory changes that people are finding in their home insurance. And this has expanded to car insurance, and I'm sure it'll expand to other markets as they continue to pressure for higher rates. Also, I'd just like to say that I remember starting here on the Planning Commission and how frustrating it was to note that if it talked about flooding, we were stuck with a FEMA map. If we were talking about development standards, we were stuck with an IZO that has its well-documented issues that we've had to work around. This finally represents an opportunity for us to be planning with future concerns in mind, where we're not having to have the cognitive dissonance of pretending that these very real problems are there, but then not being able to apply standards to match. So I think this ends up serving as a really fundamental bedrock for us. If off of this, we're going to be able to build out a proactive land use element, a proactive IZO, proactive design standards, and really link all of that to kind of the climate concerns we have for the next 20 years, especially if we're looking at sea level rise and at the same time our lovely valley flooding situation that we've all known we've had this entire time. And I'd like to point out the market hates uncertainty beyond anything else. So the more we can do this, the more we future-proof our town. And the other point, and I'm going to nerd out on this for a while, but it's because I've worked in government for a while and I've had to deal with a lot of bad software platforms. It is amazing that we're using the HEC platform. The fact that we have something that is designed for government use that will always be updated because it's not on us to fund those updates in terms of the platform capabilities. The fact that you then get a deep library of data sets, how those data sets work, don't work, potential augmented functions as time goes on, and then you have an active technical community constantly going into issues that might arise, different ways to test it. That is a wonderful thing to build so much of our policy on going forward. And one last bit I just want to say, because I know it might have sounded a little harsh trying to keep some of our questions so focused on this and not kind of the land use that I know we all want to get to. Andrew and I have certainly been talking a fair bit about what the timeline for general plan discussion looks like for the Planning Commission. And while that's not finalized, we've certainly seen where some of the timelines are fixed, especially when it comes to the EIR and when it comes to when the land use element shows up and when we have to really dig in. We are not going to get multiple bites at the apple for some of these things, which means this is probably the only time we're going to get to dig into this model and to question the model and to give staff feedback. The next thing we look at will probably be the only time we get to dive deep into that. So it's not to be strict so much as if our job is to maximize the feedback we're providing with the community's concerns in mind for each of these elements, and each of these elements essentially end up stacking on top of each other as we go through this general plan process, we really have to concentrate our focus at each stage on that stage. Yes, mindful of what comes next, but not missing the opportunity since we only have so many hours to look at each part. And that's the end of my soapbox there. With that, are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? I see a council member's point. I think we can wrap up this item. And this also then concludes the joint portion of it.
We have public comments.
We have public comment. I am so sorry, Dwayne, you've been waiting here this whole time and I just skipped right past it. I feel incredibly rude. Dwayne, please, thank you.
I've been waiting longer than that. My recollection is that I was in this very room 25 years ago when they were deciding to build the septic system up here. And I probably should apologize to everyone. I only asked that they raise it 10 feet above the sea level. And hearing this Oyster Cove words today, maybe I should have asked for 15 feet because your map shows a third of it underwater. But that's anyway. That's just. I also was up to here in water at Leisure Lake when a neighbor asked me to go over and check on her mother, and it was up to the floorboards in Leisure Lake. And I can remember being up, going to check on Leisure Lake. Frankly, we should buy the property across. The city should buy the property directly across Stony Point, move all those trailers over there, all those mobile homes over there on higher ground, dig out Leisure Lake and make it into a storage basin for water. And we should pay for that with some of the development that's being built. 20 years ago, I also asked that we not build anything less than 10 feet. Anywhere up down here, we should make it into farmland and parks. But that's, let's see, what else should I want to mention? After that, Roger, I wouldn't buy anything lower than 10 feet ever since I wandered into Leisure Lake and saw what happens when you live and you spend your life worried about when the water's coming for you. As a technical aspect, though, that might be worthwhile in the science here, I would be interested in the frequency of fires in California and how that denudes the land so that the water comes down faster and more forcefully during a flood. I'd like to know both the Sonoma County and the whole Sierras, because the water that comes down in the Sierras carrying mud comes up during a king tide, gets deposited in our basin. And I would like to know how much the Army Corps of Engineers is moving mud from the hills of Sonoma and how much of it has come in here from Sacramento River. And that's would be an important number to know exactly how often we're going to have to dig out the flood basin to prevent it being, every time there's a flood, it spreads all the way across the valley. If I was going to be asking, I'd ask Washington about their flooding there. I don't know if any of you've read what happens when we've got a high tide, king tide in Washington, D.C. The Army Corps of Engineers may want to know. They want to read about it. The Smithsonian, they've got to sandbag it. They should be moving the Smithsonian to higher ground rather than let our national treasures get flooded if they don't get it timed exactly right to close it off. I would ask what would Vallejo have said? George Washington said. He said, "Build it in a swamp." Vallejo stood up here on the hill and said, "No." He didn't build housing for his children down here on the 10-foot level.
I don't want to cut you off, but you've hit the end of your time.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close out the item unless there's another.
I do want to state that we received one public comment prior to the meeting. It's available online to view, and it's also available in the bag for community members to read.
Excellent. And now we will close out the item, and this will end essentially the joint portion of the meeting. We're almost done, so you're welcome to stay. And if you want to run out of here and never talk to us again, I understand that too. With that, we will move straight into commission comment. And I'll start on this side with Rick.
No comment.
Jessica?
Just a quick plug. Since our last meeting, I worked at the voting center at the Petaluma Community Center for early voting, and it was a lot of fun. Highly recommend if you are interested looking at that through the Register of Voters for November, and be a poll worker. It's a good time. Good people, good way to meet the community, and sort of hand-to-hand combat on democracy. So plug for being a poll worker.
Roger?
No comment.
All right. I just wanted to put a plug for Friends of the Petaluma. Friends of the Petaluma River. They have a watershed restoration program. They've had it for many years. If you have concerns about our long-term issues with flooding, it's a worthwhile program to volunteer for. And that's all.
I have nothing.
Thank you. Darren?
Give a quick update from PBAC. The last PBAC meeting was pretty loaded. We went over the Caulfield Bridge, the current design phase, the active transport improvements that are going on around the traffic circle, and then just over the bridge. Nice. A lot to discuss there and a lot more to come, especially with this group. Some of those improvements along that corridor down to the large oval where we just reviewed Spirit Living, and I've been assured that all that's coming. We were all kind of chomping at the bit for that. And then we also went over the improvements to Howard Street, some big changes there. Potentially making some streets one way, preventing left turns from Stanley near the Shell station, which is a commuter. I didn't love that idea, but I totally agree. So some great improvements there. And then we also had Commission Member Kelly Bond give a great presentation on Napa's Blue Zones, which is a great grassroots project.
Nice.
And yeah, that was PBAC.
Very cool. And nothing from our council liaison. Do we have a staff presentation or comment?
Just very brief. Great, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to remind you that tomorrow evening, Urban Chat is hosting 9 Ways to Make Housing for People with David Baker Architects. So if you're on their email list, I'm sure you've received those invitations. 7 p.m. at the Mystic Theater. So that's definitely going to be an informative and exciting event. Thank you all for replying to Uriel's request for availability for Planning Commission meetings through the end of May. We do have quorums for all of the regularly scheduled meetings, and we do have meeting items for each of those meetings. So you can plan on each of those meetings being held through the end of May. Also, we will be, each of the first Tuesday meetings will feature some component of general plan review, be very similar in nature to this evening's meeting. We'll be coming to you on April 9th with more information about what those meetings will look like and how the Commission will be asked to work its way through the framework reviews before those frameworks are as part of the introduction for public review. So just anticipate that. And then on the second meetings, then we'll then feature some site plan and architectural reviews, typical development reviews that you would expect as a commission. So other than that, thank you for your time again this evening, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Well, with that, we're going to adjourn the evening. Thank you, everyone.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.